Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1. I came home after a short walk and found my front door covered in nails. Not just locked, sealed. Dozens of heavy nails driven into the frame, crisscrossed like a warning. At first I thought it was a prank or a mistake, but my name was carved into the wood beside the doorknob. Inside, nothing had been stolen, but someone had clearly been there. My clothes were rearranged. A photo of me as a child, one I didn't remember owning, was sitting on the kitchen table. And my toothbrush was wet, though I hadn't used it yet. That night I slept elsewhere. When I came back, the nails were gone. The door was wide open. The maintenance man claimed he knew nothing about the nails. His hands were clean, but I noticed fresh scratches on his knuckles. He avoided eye contact when I described the incident, focusing instead on adjusting his tool belt. The sound of metal against metal filled the awkward silence between us. He mentioned that several tenants had been complaining about strange noises lately, footsteps in empty hallways, doors closing on their own. But he said it with the kind of rehearsed tone that suggested he'd been asked about this before. I started documenting everything. The wet toothbrush became a pattern. Every few days I'd find it damp in the morning, even though I always dried it thoroughly. The bristles would be soft and used, carrying a faint taste of mint that wasn't my toothpaste brand. I began keeping it in my bedroom drawer, but somehow it always ended up back in the bathroom holder, glistening with moisture. The photograph haunted me more than anything else. The child in the image had my eyes, my smile, but I couldn't place when or where it was taken. The background showed a kitchen I didn't recognize, with wallpaper that felt familiar yet foreign. I called my mother, described the photo without mentioning how I'd found it. She went quiet for a long time before saying she didn't remember taking any pictures in that house. Then she asked why I was asking about old photos. Her voice carried a weight I'd never heard before. My neighbor across the hall started leaving notes under my door. Simple messages at first. Hope you're feeling better. Saw you coming home late. The walls are thin here. But then they became more specific. The person who visits you seems nice. Your friend has interesting taste in music. They stay quite late sometimes. When I knocked on her door to ask what she meant, she peered through the chain lock with wide, nervous eyes. She said she'd never left any notes. Her hands shook as she closed the door. I installed a camera in my hallway, hidden behind a small plant. The footage showed nothing unusual during the day, but late at night the screen would go dark for periods that lasted exactly the same duration each time. When the image returned, sometimes my door would be slightly ajar, even though I always locked it. Sometimes there would be muddy footprints leading to my threshold, prints that were too large to be mine. The landlord agreed to change my locks, but only after I mentioned the nails and the break-in. He seemed unusually accommodating, almost eager to help. While the locksmith worked, I noticed the landlord taking photos of the old lock mechanism with his phone. When I asked about it, he said it was for insurance purposes, but the angle of his shots suggested he was more interested in the scratches around the keyhole than the lock itself. I started staying awake at night, listening. The building had its own rhythm of sounds, pipes settling, floorboards creaking, the occasional slam of a door. But between these familiar noises, I began to hear something else, a soft scratching like fingernails against wood. It always came from the direction of my front door, but when I looked through the peephole, the hallway was empty. The child's photograph multiplied. I'd find copies of it tucked between books I hadn't touched in months, taped inside kitchen cabinets, slipped between the pages of magazines I'd never subscribed to. Each copy was slightly different. In some, the child was smiling. In others, the expression was more serious, almost sad. The kitchen in the background remained constant, but sometimes there were shadows in the corners that hadn't been there before. I began keeping a journal, recording every strange occurrence. The wet toothbrush, the mysterious notes, the periods of missing camera footage, the multiplication of photographs. As I wrote, patterns emerged that made my skin crawl. The incidents always happened on the same days of the week. The camera always went dark for the exact same duration. The photographs always appeared in multiples of 3. My mother called me back after several days. She'd been going through old family albums, she said. She found something that might interest me. A photo of me as a child standing in the kitchen of our old house. The house we'd lived in before moving to our current home, the one I barely remembered. The wallpaper in the background was exactly the same as in the mysterious photographs that kept appearing in my apartment. I drove to the old neighborhood, following an address my mother had given me reluctantly. The house looked smaller than I remembered, with peeling paint and an overgrown yard. A woman answered the door when I knocked. She was about my mother's age, with kind eyes and gentle hands that trembled slightly when she spoke. She recognized me immediately, even though decades had passed since I'd lived next door to her family. She invited me inside for coffee, and we sat in her kitchen while she told me about the boy who used to live in the house next to hers. A quiet child who would sometimes appear at her back door, asking for a glass of water or a snack. His parents traveled frequently for work, leaving him alone for days at a time. She'd often find him sitting on her porch in the early morning, as if he'd been waiting there all night. The woman's son had been my age, she explained. They'd play together often when I lived next door, but her son had grown up to be troubled, spending years in and out of institutions. He'd been obsessed with childhood memories, particularly ones involving friends who had moved away. She hadn't heard from him in months, but the last time they spoke, he'd mentioned finding someone from his past, someone he'd never forgotten. She showed me to her back door, where she'd often found me waiting as a child. The view from her kitchen window looked directly into the backyard of my old house, the same kitchen where the mysterious photographs had been taken. She mentioned that someone had been asking about the old residence lately, a man who claimed to be conducting research about the neighborhood's history. He'd been particularly interested in families with children, especially ones who had moved away unexpectedly. I left her house with more questions than answers. The drive home felt longer than usual, and I found myself checking my rearview mirror more frequently than normal. When I finally reached my apartment building, I noticed a car parked across the street that hadn't been there before. The driver was too far away to identify, but I could see the glow of a cigarette in the darkness. That night I moved my mattress into the living room, positioning it where I could see both the front door and the window. I kept the lights off and waited. The scratching sound came as expected, but this time it was accompanied by something else. A soft humming, barely audible through the door. A tune I recognized from childhood, though I couldn't place where I'd heard it. The camera footage from that night showed nothing unusual. But when I reviewed it frame by frame, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In the final moments before the screen went dark, there was a reflection in the hallway mirror, a shadow that didn't match any of the normal building occupants, a figure that seemed to be watching my door with the patience of someone who had been waiting for a very long time. I never found out who was entering my apartment or how they were doing it despite the new locks. The incident stopped as suddenly as they had begun, but sometimes late at night I still hear that soft humming in the hallway, and sometimes when I'm not paying attention, I find myself humming along. Crime 2, I only discovered it because my heel sank a little when I stepped on the corner of the rug. When I pulled it back, I found a metal ring flush with the wooden floor. I lifted it. A narrow passage led downward, cramped, steep, and completely silent. I should have called someone. Instead, I went down. What I found was a room no bigger than a closet, filled with file boxes, not old ones either, recent, each labeled with a different address. Mine was one of them. Inside, photos of me at the grocery store, jogging, unlocking my phone. Someone had been watching me for months, maybe longer. The smell hit me first when I opened that box, something metallic mixed with the scent of cheap printer ink. My hands were shaking as I flipped through the photographs, each one dated, time-stamped, organized with clinical precision. There was me buying coffee, me walking my dog, me arguing with someone through my kitchen window. That argument happened 3 weeks ago. I remembered it clearly because it was about money my brother owed me, but who was taking pictures from across the street. I climbed back up, my heart hammering against my ribs. The house felt different now, like the walls were breathing. I had inherited this place from my aunt just 2 months earlier. She lived here alone for 30 years, never mentioned anything strange. The neighbors said she was quiet, kept to herself. Now I understood why. The other boxes bothered me more than my own. Other addresses, other lives documented with the same obsessive detail. I recognized some of the streets. They were all within walking distance. A pattern was emerging, but I couldn't grasp it yet. Each file contained hundreds of photos, receipts, even scraps of paper that looked like they had been retrieved from trash cans. Someone had been building profiles, learning routines, mapping out entire lives. I found a notebook buried beneath the files. The handwriting was precise, almost architectural. Notes about habits, preferences, weaknesses. My entry made my stomach turn. Subject: leaves spare key under the blue flower pot. Grocery shopping every other day, usually between lunch and afternoon rush. Sleeps with bedroom window cracked open. The accuracy was terrifying, but the most disturbing part was the final line, ready for next phase. That night I couldn't sleep. Every sound seemed amplified. The house creaked in places I had never noticed before. I kept thinking about that notebook, about how long someone had been studying me. The photos went back months, but the notes suggested this had been going on much longer. Someone had been patient, methodical, waiting for the right moment. The next morning I called the previous owner's daughter. She lived across the country now, but had handled the estate sale. Her voice tightened when I mentioned the hidden room. She said her mother had been acting strange in her final months, installing new locks, checking the windows obsessively, claiming someone was watching her. The family thought it was dementia. Now I wasn't so sure. I went back down into that cramped space with a flashlight, searching for more clues. Hidden behind the boxes, I found a small desk with a single drawer. Inside were printed emails, all sent from anonymous accounts to different addresses. The messages were simple: I know what you did, or you can't hide forever. Each one signed with a different initial, but the tone was consistent. Someone had been terrorizing the entire neighborhood through carefully crafted psychological warfare. The emails were dated over several years. My aunt's address appeared frequently as both sender and recipient. She wasn't just a victim, she was part of this network. The realization made me feel sick. Had she been blackmailing people, or was she being blackmailed herself? The lines between victim and perpetrator were blurring with each new discovery. I found surveillance equipment hidden in the walls, tiny cameras, recording devices, all professionally installed. The system was still active, red lights blinking silently in the darkness. Someone had been watching through these cameras, listening through hidden microphones. But who was on the other end, and were they still watching now? The final piece came when I discovered a second notebook, this one filled with financial records. Payments made to anonymous accounts, deposits that corresponded with the dates of those threatening emails. My aunt had been collecting money from people in the neighborhood, substantial amounts that had been flowing in regularly until just weeks before her death. But there were also payments going out, larger sums to an account I couldn't trace. I realized then that my aunt might not have been the mastermind. She could have been another victim, forced to participate in something much larger. The surveillance system was too sophisticated for one elderly woman operating alone. Someone else was pulling the strings, using her house as their base of operations. And now that she was gone, they needed someone new to take her place. The photographs of me suddenly made sense. I wasn't just being watched, I was being evaluated. Someone wanted to know if I could be trusted, controlled, manipulated into continuing whatever operation my aunt had been running. The spare key, the open window, my predictable routine, they weren't just observations, they were preparations. I packed the notebooks and hard drives I found, planning to take everything to the authorities. But as I climbed back up from that hidden room, I noticed something that stopped me cold. The metal ring was warm to the touch, and there were fresh scratches around the edges. Someone else had been down there recently, while I was sleeping, while I was at work, while I was trying to process what I had discovered. I'm writing this now because I don't know who to trust. The police might be compromised. Some of those surveillance photos showed officers in uniform, and their addresses were in those files too. My neighbors could be victims or accomplices. I have no way to tell the difference. The person who was watching my aunt is still out there, still operating, still collecting information on all of us. Tonight I'm going to wait by that trapdoor. I need to know who has been coming and going from my house. I need to understand what my aunt was really involved in and whether I'm already too deep to escape. The surveillance cameras are still recording, the network is still active, and somewhere in this neighborhood, someone is watching me write these words. But here's what really keeps me awake. I found one more thing in that room, a photograph of myself that I don't remember being taken. I'm standing in my kitchen, holding a piece of paper, reading something that made my face go pale with shock. The timestamp shows it was taken yesterday, right after I first discovered the trapdoor, which means someone knew I would find it. Someone wanted me to find it. And I'm beginning to suspect that everything I think I've uncovered might just be the beginning of something much worse. Crime 3, it started subtle, a blink I didn't make, a smile that felt wrong. At first I assumed I was imagining it, some trick of the light, but then it got worse. I raised my hand and it hesitated. I turned away and it didn't. I even recorded it once, and in the playback I swear I saw it mouth something I didn't say. When I looked up an old photo from childhood, the reflection in the glass wasn't mine. It looked like me but older, different, and terrified. Now every mirror feels like a window I can't close, and something is still watching through the other side. The investigation began when I found the photographs in my deceased grandmother's basement. Black and white images scattered across a dusty table, some faces circled in red ink. My grandmother's handwriting scrawled across the margins, "Wrong face, check again." The photographs showed family gatherings spanning decades, but certain faces had been methodically altered, scratched out, redrawn, as if someone had been trying to correct something that couldn't be corrected. I contacted my cousin, the only family member still willing to discuss grandmother's final months. She described visits that grew increasingly disturbing. My grandmother would stare at mirrors for extended periods, arguing with her own reflection. She claimed someone was impersonating family members, infiltrating photographs, changing faces in frames while she slept. The nursing home staff dismissed it as dementia, but my cousin remembered grandmother's precision when describing these intrusions. She could identify exactly which photographs had been tampered with, down to the smallest detail. The first breakthrough came through old police reports. 3 separate missing person cases from our neighborhood, spanning 25 years. All involved individuals who had been acting strangely before their disappearance. Family members described personality changes, unusual behavior, claims of being followed or watched. The police files contained witness statements about these missing persons being seen in public after their reported disappearances, but acting completely different, walking differently, speaking with altered speech patterns. Family members insisted these sightings couldn't be accurate because the behavior was too foreign, too unlike their loved ones. I began interviewing people who had known these missing individuals. The patterns were disturbing. Each person described subtle changes that occurred weeks before the disappearance. A mother who suddenly couldn't remember her children's birthdays. A husband who forgot his wife's coffee preferences after 20 years of marriage. A teenager who stopped recognizing family pets. These weren't dramatic personality shifts, but quiet erosions of familiarity, as if essential knowledge was being slowly extracted. The medical examiner's office provided the most unsettling evidence. Dental records for 2 of the missing persons showed discrepancies when compared to previous dental work. Not just different procedures, but entirely different jaw structures. Bone density variations that couldn't be explained by time or treatment. The examiner admitted these inconsistencies had been noted, but never properly investigated due to case backlogs and limited resources. I discovered grandmother's private journals hidden behind a false wall in her bedroom. Her entries described a theory about identity theft that went beyond simple impersonation. She believed someone was studying family members, learning their mannerisms, their memories, their relationships. The journals contained detailed observations about behavioral changes in neighbors and family members. She had been documenting these alterations for decades, creating a comprehensive record of what she called replacement events. The journals mentioned a specific location where grandmother claimed to have witnessed these replacements occurring. An abandoned photography studio that had operated in our neighborhood during the 70s and 80s. The studio specialized in family portraits and had maintained extensive archives of local families. According to grandmother's notes, the studio's owner had an unusual interest in facial structure analysis and had been collecting detailed measurements of clients for what he claimed was artistic research. I located the former studio space, now converted into storage units. The landlord mentioned that previous tenants had complained about strange discoveries in the basement. Boxes of photographs, facial measurement charts, and what appeared to be practice materials for mimicking expressions and mannerisms. The police had been contacted multiple times, but the items were never considered evidence of criminal activity, just the remnants of an eccentric artist's obsession. The breakthrough came when I found the video equipment. Hidden in a sealed room behind the main storage area, I discovered recording devices and thousands of hours of surveillance footage dating back 40 years. The footage showed families in their homes, captured through windows and from inside their houses. But more disturbing were the training videos. Hours of someone practicing conversations, rehearsing family interactions, studying behavioral patterns with meticulous attention to detail. Among the recordings was footage of my own family, my parents, my siblings, myself as a child. Someone had been watching us for years, documenting our routines, our relationships, our most private moments. The camera angles suggested access to our home, intimate knowledge of our daily patterns, but the recordings weren't just surveillance, they were study materials. Someone had been learning to become us. The final piece emerged from the most recent recordings. Footage from just months before grandmother's death showed her confronting someone in her home. The conversation was barely audible, but her words were clear. "I know what you did to them. I know you're not who you claim to be." The response came from a voice I recognized as my own, but I had never been in grandmother's house during that period. I had been traveling thousands of miles away with documented proof of my location. Yet there I was on the recording, standing in grandmother's living room, speaking with perfect familiarity about family memories I possessed, using mannerisms that were unmistakably mine. The conversation continued for nearly an hour, covering intimate family details that only I would know, but something in the posture was wrong. The way I held my hands, the rhythm of my speech. Subtle differences that would be unnoticeable to strangers, but impossible to ignore once identified. The investigation led me to question every family interaction from recent years. Phone calls that seemed slightly off, visits where conversation felt forced or rehearsed, moments when family members appeared to be testing my knowledge, asking questions about shared memories with an intensity that seemed unnatural. I began to wonder if they had noticed the same discrepancies I was discovering, if they too had suspected something was wrong but couldn't articulate their concerns. I returned to the surveillance recordings, studying hours of footage with new understanding. The patterns were unmistakable. Multiple family members appearing in locations where they couldn't have been, behaving in ways that violated their established patterns. But the most disturbing discovery was the progression of these appearances. Over time, the imitations became more sophisticated, more accurate, as if someone was perfecting their technique through constant practice and observation. The missing persons cases suddenly made sense. These weren't disappearances followed by impersonations. These were replacements. Someone had been systematically studying individuals, learning their identities so completely that they could assume their lives without detection. The original persons weren't missing because they had been removed after the replacement was complete. But questions remained. How many replacements had occurred? How long had this been happening? And most importantly, was I investigating these crimes or was I documenting my own replacement process? The surveillance footage showed me in locations I couldn't remember visiting, having conversations I couldn't recall. Either my memory was failing or someone had been living portions of my life without my knowledge. The final recording was dated just days before I began my investigation. It showed me sitting in grandmother's basement, examining the same photographs that had started this entire investigation. But in the recording, I was placing the photographs on the table, arranging them carefully, circling faces with red ink. I was creating the evidence that would later lead me to investigate myself. I stared at the recording, watching myself perform actions I had no memory of completing. The movements were precise, deliberate, as if following a predetermined plan. When the figure in the recording looked directly at the camera, the expression was one of satisfaction, not discovery, but completion, as if a long-term project was finally reaching its conclusion. The investigation had come full circle, but the circle enclosed nothing. Every answer led to new questions. Every piece of evidence suggested interpretations that contradicted previous findings. I could no longer trust my own memories, my own perceptions, my own identity. The reflection in the mirror that had started this investigation now seemed like the most honest thing in my life. At least it admitted to being something other than what it appeared to be. The case remains open because closure requires certainty, and certainty requires trust in one's own observations. When that trust is broken, investigation becomes an endless loop of self-doubt and paranoia. I continue to gather evidence, but each piece makes me question whether I am the investigator or the subject being investigated. The truth is somewhere in the accumulated footage, the documented patterns, the careful observations. But truth requires someone capable of recognizing it, and I am no longer certain that person is me. The surveillance continues. The recordings keep accumulating, and somewhere in that vast archive of stolen moments and borrowed identities, the answer waits. But finding it might require accepting that the person searching is not the person who began the investigation. That the reflection in the mirror isn't the only thing that doesn't always copy correctly. Crime 4, I was desperate, so I applied to everything. One posting caught my eye: minimal work, high pay, no references required. I showed up to the listed address, a crumbling warehouse on the edge of the city. Inside, someone was waiting for me. They gave no name, no paperwork, just a set of keys and a small package. Deliver this, say nothing. That was it. I should have walked away, but I didn't. I delivered the package. A week later, I saw a news report about a fire. Same building. Multiple bodies, unidentifiable remains. I've been receiving envelopes ever since, each with cash and no return address. The first envelope arrived on a Tuesday. Thick paper, no postmark, just my name written in block letters. Inside, $500 in crisp 20s and a note: "Thank you for your service." My hands shook as I counted the bills. The smell of fresh ink lingered on my fingertips. I tried to trace the job posting back online, but it had vanished. The website showed no record of it ever existing. I called the phone number I'd saved in my contacts, but it was disconnected. The warehouse, when I drove back to check, stood empty with new chains on the gates. The person who met me there had been ordinary in every way that mattered. Medium height, forgettable face, clothes that could have belonged to anyone. They spoke in a voice that seemed deliberately neutral, as if they'd practiced removing any accent or inflection that might stick in memory. When they handed me the package, their fingers were cold and slightly damp. The package itself had been small, maybe the size of a book, wrapped in brown paper with no markings. It felt heavier than it should have, and something inside shifted when I walked. I remember the sound it made, a soft scratching, like sand in a container. I delivered it to an apartment building across town, left it with a doorman who signed for it without asking questions. The fire made national news. 7 bodies, the reporter said, found in what used to be the building's basement. The structure had been abandoned for years, supposedly empty. The flames burned so hot that identification would take weeks, maybe months. Dental records, DNA analysis, the whole process. I watched the coverage obsessively, searching for details that might connect to my delivery. The apartment building where I'd left the package was never mentioned. Neither was anything about mysterious packages or unknown deliveries. Just 7 people who shouldn't have been there, in a place that shouldn't have existed. The second envelope came a month later, this time $700. The note said, "Your discretion is valued." I wanted to throw it away, but I needed the money. My bank account was overdrawn, rent was due, and I hadn't found steady work since the warehouse job. I started researching the building that burned. Property records showed it had been sold multiple times in recent years, always to shell companies that dissolved shortly after purchase. The basement where the bodies were found had been renovated several times, most recently just months before the fire. Someone had been using that space for something. The third envelope contained $1,000 and a photograph, black and white, grainy, showing the warehouse where I'd first met my employer. But in the photo, there were cars in the parking lot, lights in the windows. The building looked active, alive. On the back, someone had written a date from 6 months ago. I drove to the warehouse again. The chains were gone. Fresh tire tracks marked the gravel outside. Through a gap in the boarded windows, I could see light flickering inside. I sat in my car for an hour watching, but no one came or went. The silence felt heavy, like it was waiting for something. That night, I received a phone call from a number I didn't recognize. When I answered, no one spoke, but I could hear breathing on the other end. Slow, deliberate breaths that seemed to match my own heartbeat. The call lasted exactly 3 minutes before disconnecting. I started keeping a journal, writing down everything I could remember about that first job. The texture of the package wrapping, the sound of the person's footsteps on the warehouse floor, the smell of dust and motor oil in the air. Details that hadn't seemed important at the time now felt crucial. The fourth envelope arrived with a key attached to the money. Old brass, worn smooth by handling. No note this time, just the key and $1,500. I recognized it immediately. It was identical to the keys they'd given me for that first delivery. I tried the key on every lock I could think of. My apartment, my car, storage units at facilities across town. Nothing worked, but something about the weight of it in my pocket felt familiar, like I'd carried it before. The doorman at the apartment building where I'd made the delivery quit his job the week after the fire. When I went looking for him, the building manager told me he'd left no forwarding address, just picked up his final paycheck and disappeared. The security cameras from that day had been mysteriously corrupted, the footage unusable. I began to notice I was being watched. Nothing obvious, just a feeling of eyes on me when I walked to the store, a car that seemed to follow the same route I took to work. The sensation would come and go, but it was always there in the background, like a headache you can't quite shake. The fifth envelope contained $2,000 and a business card, blank except for a phone number printed in the same block letters as my name on the envelopes. When I called it, a recorded message played, "Thank you for your continued service. Further instructions will follow." I realized I was no longer looking for answers. I was waiting for the next envelope, the next instruction. The money had become routine, expected. I'd started making plans around it, budgeting for payments that had no source and no explanation. The warehouse visits became a habit. I'd drive by every few days, sometimes seeing activity, sometimes finding it empty. Once I saw someone leaving through a side door I hadn't noticed before. They moved quickly, keeping their head down, but something about their walk seemed familiar. The seventh envelope arrived on the anniversary of the fire. Inside, $5,000 and another photograph. This one showed me, sitting in my car outside the warehouse, taken from behind. I was clearly visible through the rear window, and the timestamp showed it had been taken just days earlier. I stopped going to the warehouse after that, but the envelopes kept coming, each with more money and fewer explanations. I moved apartments twice, but they always found me. The return address was always different, but the handwriting remained the same. I know I should go to the police, tell them about the job, the packages, the fire, the money that keeps arriving. But what would I say? That I delivered something to someone and then people died? That I'm being paid for reasons I don't understand by people I can't identify? The truth is, I'm afraid of what they might find if they start digging. Afraid of what I might have delivered that day, what role I played in whatever happened in that basement. Afraid that the person who met me in the warehouse is still out there, still watching, still waiting. The envelopes keep coming, the money keeps accumulating, and somewhere in this city there's a warehouse that may or may not be empty, and 7 people who died for reasons I may never understand. I answered a job listing that didn't exist, and now I exist in a space between knowing and not knowing, between guilt and innocence, between the person I was before that delivery and whoever I'm becoming now. The latest envelope arrived this morning. No money this time, just a new set of keys and an address I don't recognize. I'm holding them now, feeling their weight in my palm. I know I should throw them away. I know I should break this cycle, whatever it is. But I also know I'm going to use them. Crime 5, from my window I can see into the tree line behind the row of houses. Every night the same group appears with shovels and plastic sheeting. No headlights, no conversation, just digging. I tried asking around, but no one else seems to notice, or they're pretending not to. I once followed them. They didn't go far, just far enough to not be seen. I hid behind a fallen log and watched as they lowered something heavy into the ground. Then they started covering it up. One of them turned suddenly and looked right at me. I didn't think they could see me, but now every morning I find dirt on my doormat. The soil is always fresh, dark, and carries a smell I can't quite place, something metallic mixed with decay. I started collecting samples in mason jars, labeling them by date. The composition changes. Sometimes there are fibers mixed in, other times small fragments of what looks like bone. My kitchen counter has become a makeshift laboratory of evidence I'm not sure I want to understand. I began documenting everything. The routine is always the same. They arrive when the streetlights flicker on, carrying identical canvas bags. 3 figures, always 3. 2 men and a woman, I think, though it's hard to tell in the darkness. They move with practiced efficiency, like they've done this countless times before. The woman always stands guard while the men dig. She never looks toward my house, but somehow I feel watched. During the day, the area looks normal. Undisturbed earth, fallen leaves scattered naturally, but I know where to look now. I can see the slight depressions, the way the vegetation grows differently over the disturbed ground. There are more spots than I initially realized, many more. I tried talking to the woman who lives in the house closest to the tree line. She invited me in for coffee, but her kitchen smelled like bleach and something else, something sweet and cloying that made my stomach turn. Her hands shook when she poured the coffee, and I noticed dirt under her fingernails. Clean dirt, not garden soil, the kind that comes from deep digging. She asked me too many questions about my routine, about whether I work from home, about my sleep schedule. When I mentioned seeing movement in the woods, her face went completely blank. She said people often mistake shadows for movement, that the mind plays tricks in the dark, but she said it too quickly, like she'd rehearsed the response. I started keeping my curtains closed during the day, but I could feel eyes on my house. My mail began arriving opened and resealed. The grocery store clerk started asking unusual questions about my shopping habits. The pharmacist wanted to know if I was sleeping well, if I needed anything for anxiety. Everyone seemed suddenly interested in my well-being. Then I found the photographs. They were slipped under my door during the night, pictures of me taken from various angles around my house. Me at my kitchen window, me walking to my car, me sitting on my porch. In each photo, someone had drawn a red circle around my face. On the back of each photo, the same message written in careful block letters. Some neighbors are more observant than others. I checked my locks, installed new deadbolts, bought blackout curtains, but the feeling of being watched intensified. I started hearing footsteps on my roof, sounds in my basement, the doorknob turning slowly in the middle of the night. My security system kept malfunctioning, recording nothing but static during the hours when I needed it most. The local police officer who responded to my call seemed familiar, though I couldn't place where I'd seen him before. He had the same dark soil under his fingernails. He asked to see the photographs, but when I went to retrieve them from my kitchen drawer, they were gone. He suggested I might be experiencing stress-related hallucinations, that perhaps I should consider seeing someone about my sleep problems. That night I watched from my attic window as the digging resumed, but this time they brought something different, not plastic sheeting, but what looked like concrete mix. They were making the graves permanent. I recognized the police officer among them. The woman from the coffee house was there too, along with several other neighbors I'd spoken to about the digging. They all worked together with the same methodical precision, filling in the holes they'd spent weeks creating. One by one, the evidence was being sealed away forever. I started planning to leave town, but my car wouldn't start. The battery was dead, the tires were flat, and someone had poured sand in the gas tank. My phone's service became intermittent. The landline produced only static. The internet connection failed every time I tried to contact anyone outside the neighborhood. They were isolating me. I found a notebook hidden in my basement, written in my own handwriting, though I had no memory of writing it. Page after page of observations about my neighbors, detailed descriptions of their activities, maps of the burial sites. But at the end, in the same careful block letters from the photographs, someone had added, "The witness becomes the evidence." I realized then that the dirt on my doormat wasn't a threat, it was a countdown. Each morning there was more of it. Each day I found more of my belongings moved, more evidence of intrusion. They were preparing something, and I was part of the plan. The digging stopped completely. The woods became silent. My neighbors resumed their normal routines, waving cheerfully when they saw me, asking about my health, my sleep, my peace of mind. But their eyes held a knowledge I didn't want to understand. I'm writing this down because I need someone to know what happened here. Someone to understand that the truth isn't always something you can prove or escape. Sometimes the truth is something that finds you, surrounds you, and slowly buries you alive. Tonight I can hear them digging again, but this time the sound is coming from directly below my house. And I finally understand why they've been so patient with me. The dirt on my doormat this morning was still warm. Crime 6, I don't send letters, haven't for years, but one day my mailbox was overflowing, all addressed to people I've never met, each one in my handwriting. At first I thought it was a prank, then I opened one. It was a confession, detailed, graphic, terrifying. The next was worse, listing events and dates I couldn't have known. Some matched real news reports. The letters are getting more specific now. One described a murder that happened 2 days later, exactly how it unfolded. I've stopped opening them, but someone keeps delivering them, and they all end with the same sentence, "This isn't over." The first letter felt cold against my fingertips. The paper was smooth, expensive. My own handwriting stared back at me, but I had no memory of forming those words. The ink was dark blue, the same shade I'd used for years in my favorite pen. The one sitting right there on my kitchen counter, exactly where I'd left it. I read the letter 3 times before the words sank in. It was addressed to someone I'd never heard of, describing things I'd never done. Violent things. The handwriting analysis would confirm it was mine. I knew that without testing. Every loop, every slant, every peculiar way I crossed my letters matched perfectly. The smell of coffee still lingered in my kitchen as I spread the remaining letters across the table. 17 in total. Each envelope bore a different name, a different address. The postmarks were local, recent. Someone had been busy. Someone who knew my handwriting better than I knew it myself. I called the postal service first. The woman on the phone sounded tired, indifferent. She explained that letters sometimes get misdelivered, that mailboxes occasionally overflow from neighboring routes. Her explanation felt hollow when I described finding 17 letters in my own handwriting that I'd never written. She suggested I speak with my local carrier. The mail carrier was a middle-aged man with calloused hands and suspicious eyes. He'd been delivering to my route for 8 years, he said. Never seen anything like this, but his gaze lingered on my face when he spoke, as if he was studying me for signs of deception, as if he thought I was lying about my own letters. I opened the second letter that evening. This one described a break-in that had occurred 6 blocks from my house. The details were precise: the broken kitchen window, the scattered jewelry, the family cat hiding under the dining room table. I'd read about the incident in the local paper, but this letter contained information that hadn't been published. The color of the stolen earrings, the specific brand of whiskey taken from the cabinet. The fact that the intruder had eaten cereal directly from the box before leaving. My hands shook as I folded the letter. The paper made a soft, crinkling sound that seemed too loud in my quiet house. I double-checked the locks on my doors and windows, then checked them again. The third letter arrived 2 days later. Just one this time, slipped under my front door while I was at work. The envelope was sealed with red wax, pressed with a stamp I didn't recognize. Inside, my handwriting described a woman's disappearance in explicit detail. Her route home from work, the exact location where she'd last been seen, the contents of her purse. The letter was dated 3 days in the future. I spent the next 3 days glued to the news. On the predicted date, the story broke. A woman had vanished on her way home from work. Every detail matched what I'd supposedly written. The police found her purse in the exact spot described in the letter, but she was never found. Sleep became elusive. I'd lie awake listening for footsteps, for the sound of paper sliding under my door. The house felt different now, as if the walls themselves were hiding secrets. Even familiar objects seemed wrong somehow. My coffee mug sat too far to the left. Books on my shelf appeared to have been moved, their spines not quite aligned as I remembered. I decided to test a theory. I wrote myself a note in my regular handwriting, then compared it to the mysterious letters. The match was perfect, but something felt off. My natural writing had a slight tremor now, a shakiness that hadn't been there before. The letters in my mailbox were steady, confident, as if whoever had written them had been more sure of themselves than I'd ever been. The detective who handled missing persons cases had tired eyes and coffee stains on her shirt. She listened to my story without interruption, occasionally making notes in a small pad. When I finished, she asked to see the letters. Her expression didn't change as she read them, but her pen stopped moving. She asked about my medical history, my family background, whether I'd been experiencing any memory issues lately. The questions felt like accusations wrapped in professional concern. She explained that stress could cause people to forget things they'd done, that sometimes the mind protected itself by blocking out traumatic events. But I remembered everything else. What I'd eaten for breakfast, which route I'd taken to work, the conversation I'd had with my neighbor about her sick dog. My memory was clear, precise, except for writing 17 letters that perfectly matched my handwriting and described crimes with impossible accuracy. The letters kept coming, sometimes bunched together, sometimes individually. Each one contained information that shouldn't have been available to anyone outside the investigation. Details about crime scenes that hadn't been released to the public. Names of suspects who hadn't been identified yet. Conversations between victims and perpetrators that no one else should have heard. I started keeping a journal, documenting every detail of my daily routine, where I went, who I spoke with, what I touched. I photographed my hands before bed, and when I woke up, looking for traces of ink or paper fibers, I found nothing. The handwriting expert I hired was thorough, clinical. She examined the letters under magnification, analyzed pressure patterns and stroke consistency. Her conclusion was definitive. The handwriting was mine, not forged, not copied. Written by my own hand with my own pen. She asked if I'd considered seeing a doctor. That night I dreamed about writing. My hand moved across paper in smooth, practiced motions, forming words I couldn't see clearly. When I woke, my right hand was cramped, fingers stiff, as if I'd been gripping a pen for hours. On my nightstand sat a fresh letter, sealed and addressed. The ink was still wet. I never opened that letter. Instead, I sealed it in a plastic bag and drove it to the police station. The detective took it without comment, her expression unreadable. She mentioned that several families of victims had received similar letters recently, all in different handwriting, all containing information only the perpetrator should have known. The investigation stalled. The letters provided leads that went nowhere, evidence that couldn't be verified. Some of the crimes described in the letters had never been reported. Others matched cases that had been closed years ago with different suspects. The more the police investigated, the more confused the picture became. I moved houses, changed my routine, installed security cameras. The letters found me anyway. They arrived through mail slots, tucked under windshield wipers, slipped between newspapers on my doorstep. Always in my handwriting, always containing information I couldn't possibly have known. The last letter I opened described a crime that hadn't happened yet. A fire in a residential building, specific details about the victims, the cause, the time it would occur. I called the fire department, the police, tried to warn them, but what could I say? That my own handwriting had predicted a future crime. The fire happened exactly as described. 3 people died. The cause was determined to be faulty wiring in a unit that had been inspected and approved just weeks before. The victims were identified by dental records, their bodies found in the exact locations my letter had specified. I stopped opening the letters after that. They accumulate now in a box in my basement, sealed envelopes that feel heavier than they should. Sometimes I catch myself staring at my own hands, wondering what they do when I'm not watching. Whether the tremor that's developed is from fear or from writing confessions I can't remember making. The detective calls occasionally, asking if I've received any new letters, whether I've remembered anything that might help the investigation. Her voice has changed over the months, less professional, more personal, as if she's not sure whether I'm a witness or a suspect. I've started wearing gloves even inside my house. My hands feel foreign to me now, capable of actions I can't control or remember. The pen on my kitchen counter remains untouched, but sometimes the ink level seems lower than it should be. Sometimes the cap isn't quite screwed on as tightly as I remember leaving it. The letters arrive less frequently now, but they're more specific. Names, addresses, detailed descriptions of people I've never met but somehow know intimately. Each letter ends with the same sentence, written in my careful handwriting: "This isn't over." I've stopped trying to understand how or why. The investigation continues without me, the detective pursuing leads that circle back to my quiet house, my unremarkable life, my trembling hands. The evidence points in directions that make no sense, toward conclusions I can't accept. The last letter sits unopened on my kitchen table. It's addressed to me this time in my own handwriting. The envelope is thick, substantial. Whatever's inside is longer than the others, more detailed. I know I should open it, read what I've apparently written to myself. But some confessions are too dangerous to acknowledge, even when they're written in your own hand. Crime 7, when I bought the house, I didn't even realize it had an attic. The ceiling panel was nearly invisible. But when I finally found it, I saw something strange, nails, dozens of them hammered from within. It took me hours to remove them. When I climbed up, I expected dust and cobwebs. Instead, I found a mattress, food wrappers, and a wall covered in writing, tallies, phrases, messages. The last one said, "It's safer up here." I climbed back down and resealed the door. But some nights I hear footsteps above me, and I haven't been alone since. The real estate agent had been eager to close the deal. Too eager, I realize now. Her hands shook when she handed me the keys, and she avoided eye contact when I asked about the previous owners. They moved out of state, she said, but her voice carried something else. Fear maybe, or guilt. I spent the first week settling in, ignoring the strange sounds overhead. Old houses make noise, I told myself. Pipes settling, wood expanding. But the sounds had rhythm, purpose, like someone pacing back and forth, wearing a path in the floor above. The writing on the attic wall haunted me, tallies in groups of 5 scratched deep into the wood, hundreds of them, between the marks, phrases in different handwritings. They can't find me here. The door downstairs is locked. Someone else is in the house. The messages grew more frantic toward the end. They know I'm here. Can't leave now. It's safer up here. I started investigating the house's history. The county records showed multiple owners over the past decade, each staying less than 2 years. The pattern was consistent: single people, no families. Each sale was quick, below market value. The previous owner had been a woman in her 30s. She'd bought the house and disappeared 6 months later, leaving behind furniture and personal belongings. The neighbors were reluctant to talk. The elderly man next door would only say that people came and went from that house at all hours. Different cars, different faces, he whispered, but always the same fear in their eyes when they left. I found a police report buried in local archives, a missing person case from 2 years ago. A young man had rented the house for 3 months before vanishing. His car was found at the train station, but surveillance footage showed he never boarded. The case went cold when his family stopped cooperating with investigators. The more I dug, the more questions arose. Why had the attic been sealed from the inside? Who had written those messages? And why did every previous occupant leave so suddenly? I started noticing other details. Scratches on the inside of the front door, as if someone had clawed at it trying to get out. New locks installed repeatedly, based on the multiple drill holes in the door frame. The basement had been converted into what looked like a safe room, with reinforced walls and multiple deadbolts. The breakthrough came when I found a phone hidden behind the water heater. It was old, the battery long dead, but when I charged it, I discovered dozens of voice recordings. The messages were fragmented, desperate whispers. They're watching the house. Can't use the regular phone. If something happens to me, check the attic. The final recording chilled me. I've been hiding up there for days, but I think they know. I can hear them downstairs, walking around like they own the place. If you find this phone, don't trust the neighbors, don't trust the police, don't trust anyone who says they're trying to help. I realized then that I might not be the owner of this house at all. The deed could be forged, the sale fabricated. The real estate agent had disappeared after closing, her office claiming she no longer worked there. My mortgage payments were being processed by a company that didn't exist when I tried to contact them. The footsteps above me became more frequent. Sometimes I heard voices, muffled conversations that stopped whenever I approached the attic door. I installed cameras, but they malfunctioned within hours. The recordings showed only static and shadows moving in impossible ways. I tried to leave, but my car wouldn't start. The mechanic found sugar in the gas tank and cut brake lines. When I called for help, my phone had no signal. The landline had been disconnected, though I never requested it. The neighbors watched me now with the same pitying expressions they must have given the others. They knew something I was only beginning to understand. This house was a trap, carefully constructed to capture people like me. People with no close family, no one who would ask questions when we disappeared. I found more evidence in the basement. Driver's licenses, identification cards, personal items from at least a dozen different people, all previous owners of the house. Their photos showed the same progression: hope when they moved in, fear when they realized the truth, desperation when they understood there was no escape. The writing in the attic makes sense now. Each person who hid there added their own messages, warnings for whoever came next. The tallies weren't counting days, they were counting the people who had disappeared before them. I know I should be more afraid, but there's a strange calm that comes with understanding. I've added my own messages to the attic wall, my own warnings for the next person. The door is nailed shut again, from the inside, just as I found it. The footsteps above me have stopped, but sometimes when the house is very quiet, I can hear new sounds. The scratch of a pen on paper, the whisper of voices adding fresh warnings to the walls. I don't know who they are or what they want, but I understand now why the door was sealed. It wasn't to keep something out. It was to keep us in. Crime 8, I picked it up like any other car. No warning signs, no damage. It wasn't until I dropped my phone and reached under the front seat that I felt something sticky. I pulled out a wad of paper towels soaked through blood. I reported it to the agency, but they acted confused, said the car wasn't in their system. When I checked the receipt, it listed a completely different vehicle ID. I looked up the plate. It had been impounded months ago in connection with a missing person. I still don't know who rented it to me, but sometimes I hear a phone ringing from inside the trunk. The rental counter had been nearly empty when I walked in. The woman behind the desk had dark circles under her eyes, the kind that come from working too many shifts. She barely looked at my license before sliding the keys across the laminate surface. The keychain was warm in my palm, as if someone had been holding it tightly. I should have paid attention to the smell when I first opened the door. Something metallic mixed with cleaning supplies, the kind of scent that clings to your nostrils. But I was running late, focused on getting to my destination. The car felt normal enough, leather seats worn but comfortable, radio preset to some local station playing soft rock. The blood wasn't the first thing I noticed was wrong. It was the phone charger plugged into the cigarette lighter, still warm to the touch. The rental company hadn't mentioned any previous renters, but someone had been using this car recently, very recently. I called the number on my receipt. The woman who answered claimed she'd never seen me before, never processed my rental. She insisted I must be mistaken about the car I was driving, but I was holding the keys she'd given me, sitting in the exact vehicle we'd discussed. Her voice became sharper when I pressed for answers, asking me to spell my name again, claiming there was no record of any transaction. That's when I decided to dig deeper. The glove compartment held registration papers that didn't match the plates outside. The name on the insurance card had been scratched out with black ink, but I could still make out parts of it when I held the paper up to the light. Someone had tried very hard to erase that information. I drove to the nearest police station, but something made me stop in the parking lot instead of going inside. The car felt different now, heavier somehow. I noticed the rearview mirror had been adjusted for someone much shorter than me. The driver's seat was positioned too far forward for my height, yet I distinctly remembered the rental clerk adjusting it when she handed me the keys. The trunk had a strange dent from the inside, as if something had been pushing against it. When I pressed my ear to the metal, I could swear I heard a faint vibration, like a phone set to silent mode, but that was impossible. I had the only key. I started making calls. The plate number led me to a database showing the car had been reported stolen months ago, then recovered and impounded. The impound lot claimed it had been released to the owner, but when I called the number on file, a woman answered who said she'd never owned that car in her life. Her voice shook when I described it to her, and she hung up without another word. The missing person case connected to this vehicle was still open. A young woman who disappeared from a parking garage downtown. The police report mentioned her car had been found abandoned, but there was no mention of any rental car. Yet here I was, driving what appeared to be the same vehicle, with paperwork that didn't exist in any system. I started keeping a journal of everything I found. The phone charger led to a number that had been disconnected. The GPS showed recent destinations I'd never visited, addresses that led to empty lots and abandoned buildings. Each location felt significant, but I couldn't piece together why someone would have programmed them into the system. The blood under the seat had dried in a pattern that suggested it had been wiped, not spilled. Someone had tried to clean it up but missed the spots underneath. I found more traces in the trunk, tiny droplets that had settled into the carpet fibers, fresh enough to still smell metallic, old enough to have turned dark brown. I met with someone who claimed to be the car's original owner. They agreed to meet at a coffee shop, but when I arrived, they seemed nervous, constantly checking their phone. They told me they'd sold the car months ago, but couldn't remember to whom. Cash transaction, no paperwork. They kept glancing at the window where I'd parked, as if expecting someone else to show up. The rental agency called me back, but this time it was a different woman. Her voice was professional but strained. She apologized for the confusion and offered to switch me to a different vehicle immediately. When I asked about the blood in the missing person case, she claimed she'd never heard of either, but she knew exactly which car I was talking about without me describing it. I should have returned the car then, should have walked away and forgotten about the whole thing. But something about the way she'd offered the replacement car felt wrong, too eager, too convenient, like she needed me to stop asking questions. Instead, I kept the car, started following the GPS destinations, visiting each location during different times of day. Most were empty, but at one address, I found tire tracks that matched the unusual tread pattern on my rental. Someone had been there recently, and they'd been driving this exact car. The missing woman's social media was still active. Photos posted weeks after she disappeared, but the timestamps showed they'd been scheduled in advance. Her family had stopped looking for her, convinced she'd started a new life somewhere else. But I knew better. I'd seen the blood. I'd felt the weight of whatever was still hidden in this car. I tried to trace the rental transaction backward. The receipt showed a credit card number that didn't exist, processed through a payment system that had no record of the charge. The license I'd shown at the counter had been photocopied, but when I requested a copy of that paperwork, the agency claimed it had been accidentally destroyed. The phone in the trunk rings at irregular intervals. Sometimes once a day, sometimes not for weeks. I've never been able to find it, but the sound is always the same. A specific ringtone that seems familiar, but I can't place where I've heard it before. The calls last exactly 7 rings before stopping. I know I should turn the car in, file a report with the police, but every time I try, something stops me. Maybe it's the fear that I'll become the next missing person in this story. Or maybe it's the growing suspicion that I'm not the first person to rent this car, find the blood, and start asking questions. The truth is, I don't think I randomly picked up this rental car. I think it was specifically given to me by someone who knew I'd look for answers. Someone who needed another person to continue the investigation, to keep asking the questions that the original investigators had stopped asking. I still drive the car, still follow the GPS destinations, still listen for that phone ringing in the trunk, because somewhere in this mess of fake paperwork and missing persons and bloodstains, there's someone who deserves to have their story told. Even if I'm not sure I'm the right person to tell it. Crime 9, they weren't mine, at least I don't think they were. Photos of houses, parking lots, people walking alone, all black and white, grainy, some circled in red pen. One photo was of my building taken from across the street. My apartment window was lit. I tried to report them, but the station said no crimes had been committed. The next day, my trash was gone, even though I hadn't taken it out. That night, I found a new photo in my mailbox. This time, it was of me, standing at the window, holding the stack of pictures. There was no one else home that night. I kept the new photo in my kitchen drawer beneath old receipts and takeout menus. Every few hours, I'd pull it out and stare at my own face looking back at me through that window. The quality was poor, but my expression was clear enough. Confusion, fear. The kind of look you wear when you realize someone has been watching you without your knowledge. The building manager claimed he hadn't seen anyone unusual around the property. His eyes darted left when he spoke, the same way my ex-wife's used to when she was hiding something. I pressed him about the security cameras in the lobby, but he said they'd been broken for months. Strange how I'd never noticed that before, considering I walked past them twice daily. I started paying attention to details I'd previously ignored. The woman who lived across the hall always seemed to be leaving her apartment exactly when I was arriving home. The mailman lingered too long at my box, shuffling through letters with deliberate slowness. Even the maintenance worker who came to fix my leaky faucet kept glancing toward my windows, measuring something with his eyes. Sleep became difficult. I'd lie awake listening to footsteps in the hallway, trying to determine if they belonged to residents or someone else. The building had thin walls, and I could hear conversations through them, but the words were always just unclear enough to leave me guessing about their meaning. Sometimes I thought I heard my name being whispered, but it could have been the wind through the old window frames. 3 weeks passed before I found the next batch of photos. They were tucked inside my morning newspaper, wrapped in plastic like a supplement. More surveillance shots, but these were different. They showed the interior of apartments, not mine, but similar layouts. Kitchen counters with personal items arranged just so. Bedroom windows with curtains pulled back. Living rooms with televisions glowing in the darkness. One photo showed a dining table set for two, but only one chair was occupied. The person sitting there had their back to the camera, but their posture suggested they were waiting for someone who wasn't coming. Another image captured a bathroom mirror reflecting someone brushing their teeth, unaware they were being documented in their most private moment. I recognized some of the locations. The building next door had identical floor plans to mine. The apartments looked lived in but somehow staged, as if the photographer had arranged certain elements before capturing the shot. A coffee cup positioned at a specific angle, a book left open to a particular page, small details that suggested preparation rather than candid observation. My neighbor, the elderly man who walked his small dog every evening, mentioned seeing photographers around the neighborhood recently. He thought they were documenting the area for some kind of development project. When I asked him to describe them, he became vague. Tall maybe, dark clothing, professional equipment, the kind of details that could apply to almost anyone. I decided to conduct my own surveillance. For several nights, I sat by my window with the lights off, watching the street below. The first night revealed nothing unusual. The second night, I noticed a car parked in the same spot where the original photo of my building had been taken. It remained there for hours, engine off, no movement visible inside. On the third night, the car was gone, but I spotted someone standing in the shadows between two buildings across the street. They were holding something that caught the street light, possibly a camera, though the distance made it impossible to be certain. When I tried to get a better look, the figure disappeared. The photos stopped appearing after that, but my unease only intensified. I began checking my apartment for signs of entry. Door locks, window latches, items that might have been moved slightly while I was away. Nothing seemed obviously disturbed, yet everything felt somehow different. My coffee mug wasn't quite where I remembered leaving it. A book on my nightstand was closed when I was certain I'd left it open. I installed additional locks on my door and covered my windows with heavy curtains. The apartment felt safer, but also more isolated. Without natural light, the days blended together in a way that made me lose track of time. I ordered groceries online rather than risk being photographed during shopping trips. The building manager stopped by unexpectedly one afternoon, claiming he needed to inspect the smoke detectors. His visit lasted longer than necessary, and I caught him examining my window locks with unusual interest. When I asked about it, he mumbled something about security upgrades and left quickly. That evening I found a manila envelope slipped under my door. Inside were copies of my own photos, the ones I'd been collecting and hiding in my kitchen drawer. But these weren't originals. They were photocopies, and someone had written notes in the margins, observations about my daily routines, the time I typically left for work, when I received mail deliveries, how often I used the fire escape for fresh air. The handwriting was neat, deliberate, clinical, as if someone had been conducting a formal study of my behavior patterns. One note mentioned my habit of checking the locks twice before bed. Another referenced my preference for keeping the television volume low during evening programs, details only someone watching very closely would notice. I realized then that I'd been approaching this backward. The question wasn't who was taking the photos or why they were being left for me to find. The real question was how long this had been going on before I became aware of it. How many pictures existed that I'd never seen? How many people might be involved in this systematic documentation of private lives? The last photo I received was different from all the others. It showed my apartment from the inside, taken from a position near my bedroom doorway. I was asleep in bed, completely unaware of being observed. The image was crisp, well lit, suggesting it had been taken with professional equipment and proper lighting set up. But what disturbed me most wasn't the invasion of privacy or the obvious security breach. It was the timestamp visible in the corner of the photo. The date and time indicated it had been taken the previous night, while I was certain I'd been alone. I'd checked every lock, drawn every curtain, verified every possible entry point before going to sleep. Yet there I was, captured in my most vulnerable state by someone who had somehow gained access to my home without leaving any trace of their presence. The photo proved they could enter and leave at will, document whatever they wanted, and I would never know unless they chose to reveal themselves. I still live in the same apartment. The photos stopped coming, but I know the surveillance continues. Sometimes I catch glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, but when I turn to look, nothing's there. My routine has changed completely. I vary my schedule, take different routes, avoid predictable patterns. The police were never able to help. Without evidence of actual crime, they said, there was nothing they could do about someone taking pictures. They suggested I move, as if changing locations would solve a problem I still don't fully understand. What bothers me most is the possibility that I was never the intended target. Maybe I was just convenient, visible, easy to observe. Or maybe everyone in this building, this entire neighborhood, is part of the same study. Maybe those photos of interior spaces weren't random surveillance, but documentation of a larger project I accidentally discovered. I keep the curtains drawn now, but I know that doesn't really protect me. Whoever was taking those pictures had already found ways to see what they wanted to see. The photos were just proof of how much access they really had. The question that keeps me awake isn't who was watching me or why. It's whether they ever really stopped. Story 10: The Unseen Observer. She always avoided the attic, finding it unsettling, but when the storm brought a leak in the roof, she had no choice but to venture up there. The attic was a realm of forgotten treasures, shrouded in dust and cobwebs. Amidst the shadows in the distant corner sat an ancient dollhouse. Its intricate details sent shivers down her spine, the tiny furniture arranged with meticulous care. Yet, as she peered inside, a knot formed in her stomach. The figures within were not dolls, but tiny, hand-carved replicas of her own family. Each miniature person placed precisely where they sat downstairs, except for one. The figure meant to represent her stood by the attic door. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the dollhouse roof, feeling the groove where the small wooden figure stood. A chill ran through her, independent of the cold draft whispering through the attic. This dollhouse had no place here. This wasn't her childhood home. It was a rental house her family had only recently moved into. The unsettling discovery led Rebecca to make a frantic call to the authorities. When officers arrived at the suburban residence, they found a family in distress, gathered in the living room, refusing to return upstairs. Detective Sarah Harmon, leading the investigation, initially brushed off their concerns as a prank or mere imagination running wild in a new environment. What struck Detective Harmon most was the meticulous detail of the miniature figurines. Each one captured a unique trait of a family member: the father's receding hairline, the son's favorite hoodie, even a small birthmark on the mother's hand. The case took a sinister turn when forensic teams uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match any family member. Even more disturbing were the tiny cameras hidden in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated recording system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Analysis of the Morgan family's activities revealed a disturbing revelation. The positions of the figures in the dollhouse mirrored not just that evening but various days, indicating someone had been observing them for an extended period, learning their routines. This wasn't mere stalking, Detective Harmon explained. The level of obsession exhibited by the perpetrator was beyond what we had encountered before. A concealed basement entrance was discovered behind a false wall in the pantry. Inside, investigators found evidence of someone living there before the Morgans arrived. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag indicated a prolonged stay beneath the unsuspecting family. The absence of forced entry baffled investigators, as property records unveiled the house had been vacant for nearly a year before the Morgans moved in. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had passed away within months of each other, leaving their son in charge of the estate. Interviews with neighbors yielded little insight, except for occasional sightings of lights in the vacant house. The breakthrough came through digital forensics, leading investigators to a small apartment across town. Inside, they found a trove of photographs and journal entries detailing the lives of the Morgan family and other previous occupants of the house. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, son of the former owners, who had accumulated debts after his parents' demise. Wells' apartment revealed his obsession with multiple dollhouses representing different homes in the area, each with miniature figures mimicking the residents' lives. The dollhouse was his control center, a way to monitor those he watched. During interrogation, Wells remained disturbingly composed, revealing his need to maintain control over the house where he grew up. A psychological evaluation uncovered Wells' possessive delusion, driven by an inability to cope with losing his childhood home. The dollhouse became a tool to possess both the property and its inhabitants. The Morgan family never returned to the house, haunted by the realization that they had been unwittingly observed and manipulated. Wells faced charges of stalking, invasion of privacy, illegal surveillance, and breaking and entering. The judge acknowledged the profound violation the Morgan family endured, emphasizing the intrusion into their sense of security and privacy. Criminologists were disturbed by how long Wells had operated undetected, moving from one property to another, creating miniature replicas of families. The Morgans relocated far away, but Rebecca confessed to lingering unease, still checking closets and hidden spaces routinely. All dollhouses and miniatures were banished from their new home, yet she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. "Some days I sense eyes upon me," she confessed. "I wonder if somewhere out there a tiny version of myself is manipulated in a dollhouse unknown to me." Story 11. The calf had been his sanctuary for as long as anyone could remember, a place of quiet routines and familiar faces. He was a ghostly figure, known only by sight but not by name. Then one day he vanished without a trace. The police searched his usual spot and found a forgotten wallet. Inside, a photo stared back, but the space where his identity should be was eerily empty. Detective Sarah Mercer delved into the mystery, watching the security footage with a furrowed brow. The man, now labeled John Doe in the case files, appeared unremarkable on the screen. A shadow blending into the background, wearing a navy coat and carrying a weathered messenger bag. His disappearance defied logic, leaving a lingering unease in its wake. She replayed the footage, hoping for a clue. John entered the cafe during the morning bustle, ordered his usual black coffee, and settled at a secluded table. His movements were ordinary until the moment he rose, leaving his wallet behind, and vanished into thin air, a silent specter in the bustling cafe. The tech specialist could offer no explanation, no trace of John entering or leaving the restroom, no sign of his departure. It was as if he had slipped through the cracks of reality, leaving only questions in his wake. Back at the precinct, Mercer sifted through the wallet's contents. Blank spaces where a name should be, credit cards with no ties to reality, and a cryptic business card with only a whisper of a phone number. When she dialed, silence met her inquiry, a strange rustling echoing in the void before the line went dead. The barista's memories provided little insight, a quiet man, always alone, lost in his writings. His notebook, a labyrinth of coded messages and enigmatic sketches, offered no answers. The neighborhood yielded no recognition. No missing persons report matched his description. It seemed John Doe existed only within the cafe's walls. A flicker in the security footage caught Mercer's eye. A subtle distortion each morning as John entered, a glitch dismissed by the specialist. But she sensed a hidden truth, a whisper of something beyond the mundane. Investigating further, she uncovered an ancient mirror with symbols akin to those in John's notebook. A mirror that held secrets, its reflection concealing more than mere images. Behind it, a hidden chamber revealed a trove of identical wallets and a journal chronicling decades of enigmatic experiments. The final entry spoke of closing windows and encroaching dangers, hinting at a world beyond comprehension. The mirror, the cafe, the man, all pieces of a puzzle that defied reality itself. As the investigation deepened, the cafe became a nexus of strange occurrences. Whispers of reflections moving independently, sightings of John Doe where none existed. The fabric of reality seemed to fray in the wake of the enigma. A chance encounter with an elderly physicist unveiled the truth. Daniel Weston, a brilliant mind lost to experiments in quantum mirrors and parallel realities. His quest to breach the boundaries of existence had led him to the cafe, a place where worlds intersected. Mercer delved deeper, uncovering the cafe's dark history, a place built upon the remnants of Weston's vanished laboratory. The mirror shattered, a final warning etched in the shards, closing a chapter of mysteries unsolved. The cafe faded into memory, a silent witness to a tale of echoes and shadows. Daniel Weston's fate remained a whisper in the wind, his legacy woven into the fabric of the unknown. And Mercer, haunted by the enigma, found solace in the pages of a notebook, her reflection a dance of secrets in the antique mirror's fragmented gaze. Story 12. In the hush of night, a mysterious parcel arrived, nestled within a plain envelope devoid of any sender's mark. It held a single brass key, aged and weathered by time's touch. The homeowner, Sarah Miller, puzzled over its unfamiliar sight, yet a whisper of recognition danced on the edge of her thoughts. As she tested the key in every lock she possessed, a heavy silence greeted her efforts. It belonged to none of her doors. But when she placed it gently upon her coffee table, a ghostly chime resonated from the long silent grandfather clock in the hallway, sending shivers through the still air. Bewildered by this inexplicable occurrence, Sarah shared her strange tale with the authorities, hoping for clarity. What began as a mere oddity soon unfurled into a chilling enigma that sent ripples of fear through the tranquil suburban neighborhood. The initial responder, a skeptical officer, brushed off her concerns as a simple mailing error, a key sent amiss. Yet Sarah's unease refused to be quelled, a persistent whisper in the back of her mind. Reluctantly, the officer accepted the key, securing it in a small evidence bag, a seemingly insignificant item that would later unlock a labyrinth of darkness. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator from the Special Victims Unit, inherited the peculiar case during the morning briefing. An air of disquiet settled upon him as the unassuming brass key lay upon his desk, its presence unsettling in its mundanity. Delving into Sarah's background revealed a life devoid of criminal shadows, a retired teacher, a widow, a mother with no blemish upon her past or present. Yet the key's secrets remained elusive, its origins shrouded in enigma. Forensic examinations yielded no fingerprints save for Sarah's own, the generic postmark on the envelope offering no clues. The key, a common Schlage model, bore the marks of time and use, hinting at a long and silent journey. A breakthrough materialized when Detective Harmon, guided by instinct honed through years of investigations, ran the key's unique pattern through the department's archives. A connection emerged with a cold case dating back 7 years, a case stained with blood and shadow. The key had opened a door to a storage unit where nightmares lay dormant, a chamber of horrors housing tools of cruelty and images of unidentified women frozen in fear. The original investigation had stalled, the perpetrator a specter beyond reach. Dusty case files whispered of a darkness that had lingered, waiting for the key to turn once more. As the investigation deepened, Sarah fortified her home, a fortress of newfound fears. The shadow of unknown danger loomed over her, casting a pall upon her once serene existence. Questions swirled in her mind, echoing the community's shared dread. Why had this key found its way to her, a seemingly random recipient of a sinister past? Through modern techniques and relentless pursuit, a faint trail led to Harold Jenkins, a shadow from Sarah's past, a neighbor turned phantom. His presence lingered in the echoes of memory, a substitute teacher with a hidden history. Jenkins' trail of evasion and obscurity painted a portrait of a man adept at slipping through the cracks of society, leaving only whispers in his wake. With mounting evidence and renewed determination, investigators unearthed a hidden chamber beneath the floorboards of Jenkins' secluded cabin, a chamber of keys, each engraved with a name and date, a damning ledger of horrors unleashed. The keys whispered of lives extinguished, of souls lost to the darkness that had lurked in their midst, unseen and unfathomable. The hunt for Jenkins escalated, a nationwide pursuit fueled by dread and determination. The press christened him the Keymaster, a moniker that struck fear into the hearts of those who had slept soundly, unaware of the predator in their midst. The manhunt stretched across rugged terrain, a desperate race against time to prevent further tragedy. In the heart of the wilderness, a final confrontation unfolded, a standoff between hunter and hunted, a clash of wills and darkness. Jenkins, cornered and desperate, chose his own end rather than face the reckoning he had eluded for so long. In his final moments, he left behind a chilling testament to his crimes, a journal of horrors and a mirror key to the one that had set the wheels of fate in motion. The truth emerged in stark clarity, the twisted dance of predator and prey, the fragile thread that separated ordinary lives from unspeakable horrors. Families found closure in the bitter truth, a bitter pill swallowed in the wake of unbearable loss. Sarah, forever marked by the brush of darkness, could never return to the home that had become a silent witness to unspeakable acts. The grandfather clock, once a mere piece of furniture, now held a sinister secret, a watcher in the shadows, a harbinger of horrors unseen. The case, a testament to the fragility of safety, the thin veil that separates the ordinary from the monstrous. In the quiet of an evidence locker, a collection of brass keys sat in mute testimony to lives extinguished, a haunting reminder of the darkness that dwells among us, waiting to be unlocked. Story 13. In the attic, beneath a worn blanket, they unearthed a porcelain doll, aged and fragile, with eyes of painted blue that seemed to hold secrets untold. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, stumbled upon this forgotten relic in their new Victorian home, mesmerized by its enigmatic allure. Little did they know that this doll would unravel a chilling tale woven within the very fabric of their abode. As night descended, a subtle unease lingered in the air, casting a shadow over their slumber. The silence whispered of mysteries yet to unfold, and with the dawn's light, the doll vanished from the attic, reappearing at the foot of their bed, a silent sentinel watching over them. Detective Rachel Winters, on a crisp autumn morning, was called to the scene of a macabre discovery in the old house. A woman posed unnaturally in death, her eyes wide with a frozen terror, and a man found in a desperate attempt to flee. The meticulously arranged tableau bore no traces of intrusion, no signs of struggle, only a haunting precision that sent shivers down the detective's spine. Delving into the enigmatic past of the property, Detective Winters uncovered a tapestry of inexplicable deaths spanning decades. Each tragedy intertwined with the house's history, each victim connected by a common thread: the attic, a space of transformation and malevolent whispers. Forensic findings revealed a spectral presence lingering within the walls, manifested through vintage fibers and unseen imprints. The doll, a harbinger of tragedy, bore witness to the dark secrets veiled within the house's time-worn embrace. A lineage of whispers led Detective Winters to a descendant of the enigmatic doll maker, unraveling tales of arcane rituals and bound spirits. The line between myth and reality blurred as the truth of the doll's origins emerged, a creation infused with more than mere porcelain and fabric. The investigation spiraled into the realm of the supernatural, defying logic and reason. The doll's elusive presence taunted the authorities, slipping through their grasp like a specter in the night. With the case growing colder, Detective Winters, haunted by the doll's elusive nature, made a fateful decision to retain it as evidence. But the doll, with a will of its own, vanished from its confines, leaving behind a trail of confusion and disbelief. The house, tainted by a legacy of sorrow, exchanged hands once more, its attic now a hollow echo of forgotten whispers. The doll, a phantom of the past, eluded capture, becoming a spectral legend whispered among those who dared to speak its name. Detective Winters, burdened by the weight of unanswered questions, took her leave, a silent witness to the mysteries left unsolved. In her final act, she sealed away a fragment of the doll-maker's legacy, a silent vow to never unearth the dormant shadows that lurked within. And so the new owners chose to let the attic lie undisturbed, a sanctuary for secrets best left buried. Yet on nights cloaked in stillness, whispers of a child's laughter drifted through the air, a reminder of the doll's eternal vigil over a house where the past and present intertwined in a dance of shadows and light. Story 14. In the quiet of the night, a flicker danced across the baby monitor's screen, a fleeting anomaly in the sea of technology. The mother, stirred from her slumber, initially brushed it off as a mere glitch, a blip in the digital realm. But as she listened closer, the audio crackled and a voice, soft and insistent, whispered, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill crept down her spine, her heart quickening its pace in her chest. With a sense of foreboding, she hurried to her son's room, each step echoing in the stillness of the house. The door creaked open, revealing an empty crib bathed in the soft glow of the nightlight. Panic clawed at her as she scanned the room, searching for a sign, any clue to explain the unsettling emptiness before her. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The only anomaly was the plush rabbit lying abandoned on the floor, its unblinking eyes fixed on her with a silent accusation. In the aftermath of that fateful night, Rebecca's screams pierced the silence, a raw expression of her anguish that reverberated through the neighborhood, drawing concerned faces to her doorstep. Emergency services were summoned, their arrival marking the beginning of a harrowing ordeal that would forever alter the course of her life. As investigators delved into the mysterious disappearance of 4-month-old Samuel, they were met with a baffling puzzle. The home showed no signs of forced entry, the security system standing sentinel throughout the night like an unyielding guardian. The baby monitor footage, once a source of comfort, now held a sinister secret, a voice from the shadows, a whisper woven with malice. Suspicion, like a shadow, fell upon Rebecca, her every action scrutinized through a lens of doubt. Her husband, Daniel, absent during the tragedy, emerged as a figure of interest, his strained relationship with his wife casting a pall over their fractured family. Amidst the whispers and pointed fingers, a glimmer of hope emerged, a breakthrough in the form of microscopic fibers, tiny threads of truth that hinted at a clandestine entry into the nursery. The investigation took a sharp turn, leading detectives down a winding path of deceit and betrayal. Daniel's return brought with it a revelation, a newfound hobby, a convenient alibi that crumbled under the weight of suspicion. His hands bore the telltale marks of a climber, a detail that did not escape the keen eyes of those seeking answers in the darkness. As the layers of deception peeled away, a web of lies unfurled, a second family hidden in the shadows, a plan forged in desperation and greed. The baby monitor, once a beacon of reassurance, now stood at the center of a diabolical scheme, its innocent facade shattered by the harsh light of truth. In a basement hidden from prying eyes, Samuel was found, a fragile thread connecting past and present. Elaine, a specter from Daniel's past, emerged as the orchestrator of a twisted reunion, her actions driven by a grief that knew no bounds. The trial laid bare the extent of their deception, the courtroom hushed as the damning evidence unfolded. Whispers of betrayal mingled with the echoes of a mother's anguish, a family torn asunder by greed and treachery. As the gavel fell, justice wrought its final verdict, casting shadows of guilt upon the guilty. Rebecca, scarred but resilient, sought solace in a new beginning, her past locked away in a box of memories too painful to confront. And so the night that had stolen her child faded into the mists of time, a whispered secret carried on the wind. The stuffed rabbit, a silent witness to the truth, remained a relic of a past best left undisturbed. In its glassy eyes, a reflection of the darkness that had once lurked unseen, a reminder that not all secrets remain buried in the night. Story 15. In the quiet stillness of the night, a pocket dial echoed through the darkness, an accidental transmission of static and muffled sounds that almost went unnoticed. But then a voice emerged from the chaos, breaking through like a whisper carried on a gentle breeze. A woman's voice, urgent and frantic, pierced the veil of silence. He's here. He, and then nothing but eerie quietness filled the void. The mysterious call originated from an empty house, standing as a forgotten relic of time, abandoned and desolate for years. Detective Morgan Reed found herself drawn to the enigma surrounding this place, where no signs of forced entry or disturbance could be found. Yet in the kitchen, covered in a layer of dust, a phone sat on the counter, its screen glowing faintly, a silent witness to the recent call made from within these lonely walls. Unable to shake off the unsettling feeling, Detective Reed played back the recording for the 5th time, the haunting whisper of the woman's voice lingering in the air, desperation, fear, and an essence of the impossible intertwined in those fleeting moments. The abandoned property once belonged to the Sullivan family, who had left after a devastating house fire tore through the West Wing, leaving behind only memories and ashes. Since then, the house stood as a silent sentinel to the past, visited only by a caretaker who swore that no one had trespassed its threshold in years. Curiosity gnawing at her, Morgan sought answers, delving into the origins of the mysterious call. The number traced back to Catherine Sullivan, the daughter of the former residents. However, a chilling revelation emerged. Catherine had perished in a car accident 3 years prior, her presence now a mere whisper in the wind of memory. As the investigation unfolded, the inexplicable nature of the case deepened, shrouded in a veil of uncertainty and disbelief. The phone found in the abandoned house seemed to defy logic, a connection to the past that transcended the boundaries of the living world. The forensic team's meticulous examination yielded no tangible leads, only enigmatic traces that led to dead ends, a puzzle with missing pieces that refused to fit together. The heart of the mystery lay in those 11 seconds of static-filled transmission, a spectral echo from beyond the grave. Voice analysis confirmed the impossible. The voice on the call matched Catherine Sullivan's with an unsettling accuracy, as if the past had reached out to touch the present in a spectral whisper. Interviews with those who had known Catherine unveiled a chilling truth, a journal hidden away, its pages etched with a tale of love turned to control, isolation, and ultimately fear. The final entry, a harbinger of doom, spoke of a looming threat that now echoed through the halls of time. With newfound determination, Morgan confronted the shadows of the past, unearthing buried truths and confronting the darkness that lurked within. The unraveling of the past led to a chilling discovery, a buried phone, silenced and hidden, holding the key to Catherine's final moments of terror and despair. In the darkness of the night, justice awaited its reckoning as the truth emerged from the shadows of deception. Mark Jennings, the mastermind behind the ghostly calls and the orchestrator of Catherine's demise, was brought to face the consequences of his actions. His twisted games of manipulation and deceit crumbled in the face of justice, his facade of innocence shattered by the relentless pursuit of truth. As the echoes of the past faded into the night, a sense of closure descended upon the abandoned house, now a silent witness to the unraveling of a dark tale. The phone, once a conduit for the voices of the departed, now lay silent in the evidence locker, a reminder of the resilience of those who refuse to be silenced, even in death. And so the story of Catherine Sullivan lives on, not as a ghostly whisper in the night, but as a testament to the enduring power of truth and justice, a beacon of hope in the darkness, a reminder that even in the silence, voices will find a way to be heard. Story 16. Renovations always bring forth forgotten relics from the past, old newspapers, broken trinkets, faded photographs. But for Sarah and Michael, uncovering a hidden letter beneath the floorboards of their newly acquired Victorian-era home was an unexpected twist. The brittle paper held a cryptic warning, "Don't trust the one who knocked." Before they could grasp the full weight of those words, 3 sharp raps reverberated through the empty house, sending shivers down their spines. Intrigued by the mysterious find, Detective Alina Reed arrived at the scene with her seasoned partner, the exposed floorboards revealing a dark void beneath. With gloved hands weathered by years of investigations, Reed carefully retrieved the note, knowing that the couple's inadvertent touch had compromised any potential evidence. As Sarah and Michael recounted the chilling sound of knocking, Reed sensed a genuine fear in their eyes. Delving into the history of the house, Reed uncovered a tangled web of secrets surrounding the previous owners, the Hargrove family. The aging property had stood silent for 2 years following the passing of its last inhabitant, Margaret Hargrove, an enigmatic widow with no known enemies or suspicious circumstances surrounding her death. Forensic analysis dated the ominous note back 2 decades, a time when Margaret, then in her 60s, lived with her late husband, Franklin. Reed's investigation led her to former acquaintances of the Hargroves, revealing a troubling side to Franklin's final years as a retired teacher haunted by paranoia and a sense of being watched. A breakthrough came with a whispered revelation from Margaret's sister, now residing in a nursing home. The truth unfurled. Franklin's gambling debts had drawn the attention of a ruthless collector, Victor Mercer, who had come knocking 3 times, a harbinger of impending doom. Fearing for their safety, Margaret sought to sell the house to settle the debts, but Franklin's refusal culminated in a tragic altercation that left a haunting legacy. Returning to the house with a forensic team, Reed's search unearthed a grim discovery: a male skeleton buried beneath the foundation, identified as Victor Mercer, the missing loan shark. Piecing together the events through forensic evidence and Margaret's hidden diaries, a tale of desperation, betrayal, and hidden truths emerged. The house, now tainted by the shadows of its past, stood as a silent witness to the tragic events that unfolded within its walls. Sarah and Michael, unable to bear the weight of its history, chose to part ways with the property, leaving it abandoned and echoing with whispers of the past. Local whispers spoke of eerie phenomena, a phantom knocking in the stillness of the night, a chilling reminder of the secrets buried within. The note, now a relic of a dark chapter, remained in evidence storage, its enigmatic message lingering as a cautionary tale: "Don't trust the one who knocked." As Detective Reed closed the case, she pondered the lingering mysteries that lingered in the shadows, the unanswered questions that whispered through the empty halls. Some secrets, she reflected, are destined to remain shrouded in darkness, their truths obscured by the passage of time. Story 17. The apartment had sat in silence for months, its walls holding secrets untouched by time. When the new tenants crossed its threshold, they expected only the remnants of neglect, a layer of dust, perhaps some forsaken furniture. Yet one door stood defiantly closed, resisting all attempts to reveal its mysteries. It was a closet, concealed from prying eyes, locked from within. With a forceful push, the landlord breached the barrier, unveiling what lay hidden. Not old coats or discarded trinkets greeted them, but a haunting sight. The walls bore witness to a silent struggle, etched with deep, jagged lines of desperation, as if pleading for freedom. And in the shadows, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its screen aglow with a single unread message. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the art of unraveling enigmas, felt a shiver dance down her spine at the scene before her. It wasn't the absence of blood or overt violence that unsettled her, but the silent screams etched into the wood, a testament to someone trapped, fighting against the confines of their prison. "We need forensics now," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently captured each scratch with his camera, "and gather the records of the previous tenants." The message on the phone whispered hauntingly, "I know what you did." The landlord, a man wrought with nervous energy, spoke of the previous tenant, a young woman who had vanished without a trace, leaving rent unpaid. "Quiet she was," he murmured, avoiding the gaze of the closet, "never caused a stir." Forensic analysis revealed a chilling tale within the scratches on the walls. Most bore the DNA of a single individual, presumably the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, a woman of 28 who had vanished into thin air. However, two distinct DNA profiles emerged from the chaos. One remained a mystery, unknown to the system. The other belonged to a man declared dead for 2 years, Derek Mercer, a name tinged with darkness. "This can't be right," Shaw muttered, her gaze fixed on the perplexing findings. Derek Mercer, a man long gone from the world, now resurfacing in the shadows of a forgotten closet. Emma's apartment whispered of a life-interrupted mail left unopened, a coffee mug abandoned in the sink, a bed meticulously made. Her phone records whispered a tale of silence, once filled with conversations, now abruptly severed, and a haunting number, unknown and persistent, calling in the weeks leading to her disappearance. The sister mentioned a new boyfriend, Officer Reed relayed. No name, just intense and private. Surveillance footage captured a moment of intrigue, an unknown figure following Emma into the building, concealed beneath a baseball cap, shielded from prying eyes. The pieces aligned when fingerprints belonging to Derek Mercer were uncovered on the closet's inner doorknob. He staged his death, Shaw concluded, but why and what binds him to Emma's fate? A trail of breadcrumbs led them to another missing soul, Lynette Porter, vanished 3 years prior, her existence a mere whisper in the wind. Her path intertwined with Emma's, a connection forged in shadows and deception. The investigation unveiled a sinister web, a car belonging to Mercer's kin, spotted near Emma's abode, a man matching Derek's stature glimpsed in the shadows. The journey of discovery led them to a secluded property, where behind forbidding doors, Lynette Porter languished in captivity, a ghost of her former self. "He made me watch," she murmured, her voice a mere echo of the past, "taught me the price of defiance." Evidence amassed a chronicle of Mercer's twisted desires, photographs hauntingly familiar, and videos capturing the horrors enacted in the shadows. A man driven by a dark compulsion, relishing in the power he wielded over those who dared to challenge him. The hunt for Derek Mercer spanned realms, his presence a specter haunting the shadows. Forensic minds painted a portrait of a man consumed by a desire for control, a thirst for inflicting suffering in the confines of confined spaces. As Mercer was apprehended, his demeanor held a veneer of calm, a mask shielding his true intentions. She sent that message herself, his voice echoed in the interrogation room, seeking salvation she did not deserve. The trial laid bare the intricate web of deceit Mercer had spun, his elaborate ruse to evade justice unraveled under the scrutiny of the law. Emma's fate remained a mystery, her body lost to the depths of that fateful closet. The jury's verdict resounded through the courtroom, sealing Mercer's fate with a life sentence devoid of reprieve. A smile graced his lips, a silent acknowledgement of a game played and won in his twisted mind. In a moment of catharsis, Lynette Porter addressed the court, her voice a beacon of resilience amidst the darkness. He may dwell in shadows, but I stand in the light. The case reshaped investigative procedures, a testament to the horrors uncovered within the walls of Emma's apartment. Detective Shaw retained a piece of that haunting puzzle, the closet door mounted on her wall, a somber reminder of the battles fought in silence, etched in the scratches of survival. Story 18. The old Polaroid held secrets within its faded borders, capturing a moment long past, a birthday celebration frozen in time. Faces beamed with joy, candles danced in the flickering light, nothing out of the ordinary at first glance. But as the daughter sifted through the box of forgotten memories, a chilling discovery awaited her. In the background of each photograph, a mysterious figure lurked, a man shrouded in shadows, standing just beyond the reach of the candle's glow. He was not a familiar face, not a part of the family, yet there he was, growing closer with each snapshot. Sarah Winters uncovered the unsettling collection while sorting through her late mother's attic, stumbling upon a simple cardboard box labeled Memories. What should have been a nostalgic journey down memory lane quickly turned into a descent into darkness. The first photo revealed the shadowy figure barely discernible at the edge, a silent observer during her childhood birthday party. In the subsequent images, he crept closer, moving from the periphery to the heart of the gathering, unnoticed by all but the lens of the camera. Disturbed by the enigmatic presence haunting her family's past, Sarah reached out to her father, seeking answers to the unexplained mystery. His initial disbelief gave way to a profound unease as he too failed to recognize the phantom figure lingering in the background of cherished moments. Detective Marcus Reed was brought into the fold, his weathered hands carefully examining the eerie progression captured in the photographs, each frame revealing the intruder's calculated advance towards the unsuspecting children. As rain tapped against the windows of the precinct, casting shadows that danced in rhythm with the unfolding mystery, Reed delved deeper into the investigation. Despite the absence of recognition from those present in the photos, the relentless progression of the shadowy figure through different family gatherings painted a sinister picture. With each enhanced image, new details emerged, leading the detective down a dark path of discovery. The breakthrough came with a match to dental records, linking the elusive figure to Robert Keller, a maintenance worker with a dark past tied to unsolved child abductions. Keller's connection to the vacation property where Sarah's birthday had taken place unraveled a web of hidden horrors, exposing a trail of disappearances that spanned decades. The revelation sent shockwaves through the families affected, offering closure but also reopening wounds long thought healed. Sarah, alone in her apartment, confronted the chilling truth revealed by the photographs. The shadow in the background had been more than a mere specter. He was a malevolent force that had haunted their lives unseen, preying on innocence and leaving devastation in his wake. The final birthday photo served as a haunting reminder of the sinister presence that had lurked on the fringes of their celebrations, a ghostly figure now unmasked by the relentless pursuit of justice. As the remains of a missing child were identified, bringing a semblance of closure to a grieving family, Sarah gathered the damning evidence back into the box, each photo a testament to the hidden dangers that lurk beneath the surface of seemingly ordinary moments. The shadow in the family photos had finally been exposed, his legacy of darkness brought to light after years of silent observation. And as Sarah closed the lid on the box of memories, she knew that some secrets are best left undisturbed, their chilling echoes fading into the recesses of time. Story 19, the ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of clutter in the attic, a silent witness to the passage of time and the forgotten memories of previous occupants. Within its weathered confines were snapshots frozen in time, capturing moments of joy and togetherness. Each photograph held a story, a piece of the past preserved in faded Polaroid hues. But one image stood out among the rest, shrouded in an eerie mystery that sent shivers down Rebecca's spine. In the last photo, taken within the familiar walls of her own living room, a family smiled obliviously at the camera. Yet, lurking in the shadows behind them stood a figure, a phantom presence watching from the darkness. As Rebecca gazed at the unsettling scene, a sense of unease crept over her, the edges of the photograph trembling in her grasp. Descending the creaking stairs, she brought the photo to the stark light of the kitchen, where the uncanny resemblance between her home and the unknown family's setting sent a chill through her soul. The arrival of Detective Morgan, a seasoned investigator with eyes that missed nothing, marked the beginning of an enigmatic journey into the secrets of the past. As the detective delved into the history of the house's previous occupants, a pattern emerged, a pattern of families vanishing without a trace after precisely 1 year of residence. The enigmatic Sutherland family, captured in the haunting photograph, had joined the ranks of the missing, leaving behind unanswered questions and an aura of dread. Forensic analysis unveiled the eerie truth behind the photograph, revealing a mysterious figure in the hallway, a specter of the past haunting the present. The search for answers led to the basement, where a chilling discovery awaited a graveyard of lost souls, each family preserved in a macabre tableau of eternal silence. The house, tainted by the shadows of its dark history, became a crime scene, its walls holding secrets too sinister to fathom. Hidden within a secret crawlspace in the attic, a journal chronicled the meticulous observations of an unseen watcher, a watcher whose presence lingered even as the investigation unfolded. Retreating to a hotel under the watchful eye of law enforcement, Rebecca found no solace in the night, haunted by the ring of a phone and the mechanical click of a Polaroid camera, a sinister reminder of the unseen forces still at play. The mystery of Samuel Whitfield, the elusive architect turned specter, remained unsolved, his legacy of fear casting a long shadow over the house and its occupants. As the investigation continued, the house stood as a silent sentinel, its darkened windows concealing the horrors within. The enigma of the man in the photograph persisted, his legacy of terror reaching beyond the confines of the physical world. In the quiet of the night, new families found themselves unwitting subjects of his twisted gaze, caught in a web of darkness that defied explanation. The truth remained elusive, veiled in the shadows of the past, a spectral presence that watched and waited, its secrets buried deep within the walls of a house that bore witness to unspeakable horrors. And as the night fell, the echoes of a dark history whispered through the empty rooms, a chilling reminder that some mysteries were never meant to be unraveled. Story 20: The Hidden Observer. The realtor's listing had omitted any mention of a basement, and the blueprints showed no trace of it. Yet when the family uncovered a hidden door beneath the old carpet, a heavy, rusted handle awaited them. It took 3 of them to pry it open, releasing a rush of stale air thick with the scent of damp earth. Descending the steps into the darkness, they anticipated storage space, but instead found a solitary chair under a swaying light bulb. And on the wall behind, a chilling row of photographs depicting them. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban property during a cold winter, the darkness arriving early and the bare trees of the neighborhood standing stark against the sky. The worn 2-story structure exuded character and history, they had thought. Little did they expect the depth of history the house concealed, and how violently it would intertwine with their present. Detective Sarah Connors, accompanied by her partner, arrived at the property, where the crime scene unit had already cordoned off the area with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's voice had trembled over the phone as she described the unsettling discovery beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before anyone else goes down there," Connors instructed, donning latex gloves with practiced ease. Camera flashes illuminated the stairwell as the forensic team meticulously captured the scene. The small basement, akin to a standard bedroom, featured concrete walls painted in a flat gray. A single chair was bolted to the floor at the room's center, beneath the harsh glow of the bare bulb casting eerie shadows, spinning gently from an unseen draft. Yet it was the wall adorned with 37 photographs arranged in chronological order that demanded attention. "These date back nearly 4 weeks," noted Connor's partner, scrutinizing the timestamps on the prints. "Look at this one, Mrs. Mercer asleep on the couch, Mr. Mercer at the kitchen table, the kids in their bedrooms." The absence of forced entry, broken windows, or tampered locks perplexed the investigators. The security system had never alerted anyone, and nothing seemed to have been stolen, only their privacy and sense of security. Forensic analysis uncovered multiple fingerprints, most belonging to former owners of the property. The house had changed hands 6 times in a decade, each family departing in less than a year, selling at decreasing prices. None had ever mentioned a basement. "We need to interview every previous owner," Connors directed, flipping through her notepad. The case delved into deeper disquiet as they retraced the property's history. Inconsistencies in property records emerged: altered blueprints, withdrawn permits, redacted inspection reports between sales. The breakthrough occurred during an interview with a contractor who had renovated the house 7 years earlier. His complexion drained upon viewing photos of the basement. "That room isn't real," he insisted, hands trembling. "I stripped that place down to the foundation. There was no basement, no door, only dirt and concrete." Data extracted from a hidden memory card within the light fixture revealed hundreds more images on their evidence boards, not solely of the Mercers, but of past families. Children slumbering, parents bickering, intimate moments, mundane routines, all surreptitiously captured by an unauthorized observer. The gravity of the case intensified with audio files recovered from a concealed weatherproof box in the basement, revealing conversations from various rooms within the house. Despite an extensive search, no hidden microphones were found. "We must inspect every wall," Connors stressed urgently. "Check the air vents, light fixtures, electrical outlets. The perpetrator has been surveilling these families for years." Beyond the photograph wall, investigators unearthed a narrow passage leading to a monitoring station with a desk, a chair, a laptop linked to wireless cameras, and a journal meticulously chronicling each family's life in the house. The handwriting matched that of the property's original builder, Edward Kelvin, who had purportedly died during construction, a fact cast into doubt as the investigation unfolded. The final entries in the journal grew increasingly erratic, with phrases like "they never looked down" and "they never see me" recurring. The last page ominously read, "The next family arrives tomorrow." Fingerprint analysis confirmed the suspicions. Edward Kelvin had never departed from the house he constructed. He had retreated into its concealed spaces, crafting a labyrinth of observation points to monitor the families who believed they resided in isolation. The manhunt ended after 3 days, discovering Kelvin ensconced within a crawlspace between the second-floor bedrooms, his emaciated form accustomed to navigating the narrow passageways he had crafted within the walls. During interrogation, Kelvin spoke of the families as mere players in his personal drama, watching them with detached observation akin to a scientist studying specimens. He professed to never have interfered directly with their lives, instead choosing to watch, record, and document. "They welcomed me," he calmly stated to investigators. "They signed the papers, they became mine." Psychological evaluations diagnosed Kelvin with severe delusions, perceiving himself as the house's guardian rather than an intruder. The families in his distorted reality were transient guests in what he believed to be his permanent abode. The Mercer family never returned to the property, leaving behind their possessions and departing with only what they could carry in suitcases. The house remained vacant as the legal proceedings unfolded. The trial unveiled the extent of Kelvin's surveillance network, with concealed rooms accessible through crawlspaces and observation points integrated into the structure from its inception. The house had been designed as a voyeuristic apparatus, its inhabitants unwitting participants in Kelvin's obsessive documentation. Upon the jury's verdict, Kelvin displayed no reaction, having retreated into the recesses of his mind, where he could still navigate the unseen passages of the house that now existed solely in memory. The property was eventually razed, its earth excavated and filled. Yet, for the families who had dwelled there, the violation endured. Haunted not by what had been taken from them, but by what had lurked unseen, watching, listening, recording their intimate moments from within the walls they had trusted to provide security. At times, in hushed moments, they found themselves glancing up at air vents, light fixtures, the corners where walls met ceilings, pondering if they were truly alone now, wondering if they ever truly had been. Story 21, nestled on the outskirts of town, lay a house shrouded in mystery. The locals whispered of its existence, but never dared to mention it aloud. The house stood solitary, its windows veiled in darkness, its porch weary under the weight of time. Ownership was a puzzle, its origins a foggy memory lost to the ages. One fateful day, a group of hikers veered off the beaten path and stumbled upon the enigmatic dwelling. As they drew closer, a chilling sight greeted them, names etched into the wooden walls, carved deep like ominous omens. Among the list of 27 names, one stood out, fresh and untouched by time. A name unfamiliar to all, until a trembling voice broke the silence, proclaiming ownership of the name. In the dead of night, a call came through to dispatch, catalogued as a routine trespassing incident. Mason Wright, the hiker who discovered his name carved into the house, relayed his unsettling discovery. Responding officers anticipated a simple case of mischief, a prank gone awry, but what awaited them was beyond comprehension. Detective Sarah Keller arrived at the scene as darkness draped the forest in its inky embrace. Her flashlight pierced the shadows, revealing the weathered facade adorned with the haunting roster of names, some barely visible, others sharp as if freshly engraved, and at the base, Mason Wright, the carving still redolent of sawdust. "I've never set foot here before," Mason declared, his words hanging in the frosty air. "I cannot fathom how my name came to be here." The investigation unfurled, delving into the backgrounds of each name inscribed on the walls. The findings sent shivers down the spines of the detective team. Every name belonged to a soul reported missing over the past 40 years, vanishing into the wilderness while hiking alone. Cold cases intertwined with active ones, a common thread binding them, the eerie connection to this desolate house. Forensic experts meticulously documented the carvings, unraveling the mysteries hidden within the aged wood. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, harked back to a disappearance 37 years prior, a tale of a young woman swallowed by the woods, leaving behind only a solitary boot by a stream. Mason's story remained steadfast under scrutiny. No ties linked him to the haunting names etched on the walls. The focus shifted to his companions, unearthing chilling revelations in the photographs taken during their ill-fated hike. A spectral figure, obscure yet hauntingly distinct, lurked in the background of the images, unseen by the naked eye. A descent into the abandoned house unearthed a macabre tableau in the basement, a shrine of possessions belonging to the missing hikers meticulously arranged on shelves. Watches frozen in time, backpacks laden with memories, cameras capturing moments long gone. Each item tagged with a name, mirroring the engravings outside. Bloodstains etched a grim narrative upon the concrete floor, a tale of attempts to erase the past. As paranoia gripped Mason, strange occurrences besieged him, a phantom presence haunting his every step. Protection was assigned, yet the malevolent forces seemed to elude the grasp of the authorities. A breakthrough emerged from the shadows of the past, unveiling the secretive life of Victor Blackwood, the reclusive owner of the house. The manhunt for Blackwood ignited a fervor across jurisdictions, a race against time to capture the elusive predator. But the shadows of the forest held their secrets close, concealing the hunter within their depths. Mason's disappearance cast a pall over the investigation, his fate entwined with the malevolent forces at play. A hidden workshop within the house unveiled the sinister machinations of a twisted mind, a master plan crafted in darkness. The final act unfolded with a chilling premonition, a name freshly carved awaiting its bearer on the exterior wall, a grim testament to the hunter becoming the hunted. Surveillance tightened its grip around the house, a net woven to ensnare the elusive figure haunting the forest. In a fleeting moment captured by security cameras, the tall, sinewy specter emerged from the shadows, dancing on the edge of perception. And just as swiftly as it appeared, it vanished into the night, leaving only whispers in its wake. Today the house stands as a sentinel of dread, its walls bearing the weight of unspeakable tales. Mason Wright and the forensic technician vanished without a trace, their names joining the haunted roster on the wall. The hunt continues, fueled by new disappearances in distant woods, a grim reminder of the darkness that lurks within the realm of the forgotten. The names on the wall echo through the corridors of time, a chilling legacy that few dare to utter, lest they too become a part of the cursed narrative. Story 22, The Nursery's Haunting Secret. She yearned to refresh the nursery before the baby's arrival. The walls, once a serene blue, now whispered tales of yesteryears beneath their faded facade. With each stroke of white paint, a hidden mystery unraveled. Faint letters emerged, then sharpened into a chilling message. "Don't let it hear you." A shiver ran down her spine. Stepping back, she noticed something unsettling, tiny handprints imprinted in the fresh paint, too high for a child to reach. This eerie discovery within the Morgan household's nursery marked the inception of what would later be dubbed the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian home at a bargain price, unaware of its grim past. Detective Sarah Klein arrived, notebook at the ready, and was greeted by a pregnant woman, exhaustion evident in her eyes. Trembling, the woman recounted finding the message and handprints, revealing the sudden departure of the previous owners under cover of darkness, leaving behind only essentials in their haste. Inside the historic dwelling, Detective Klein's footsteps echoed on aged floorboards as she inspected the nursery's wall, the cryptic message still visible. Beside it, 5 child-sized handprints marred the fresh paint, sending a chill down her spine. Back at the precinct, research unveiled a troubling pattern of brief tenures and unsettling incidents within the property. Further investigation uncovered the house's dark history under Alina Blackwood, a widow who had run an orphanage on the premises. 5 children vanished during her time, their fate a mystery until recent revelations. Former residents shared eerie encounters, culminating in the appearance of ominous messages during nursery repaintings. A forensic analysis linked the unsettling writing to Alina's past, while identical handprints across generations raised chilling questions. Ground-penetrating radar revealed a macabre secret beneath the basement floor, 5 child-sized shapes, confirming the tragic end of the missing orphans. Luminol exposed a haunting truth within the nursery walls. Countless handprints, invisible to the naked eye, etched a desperate plea for discovery. Alina's journals unveiled her twisted motives, believing the children's energy could prolong her life. As the victims received a belated burial, the house fell silent, its new occupants refusing to return. Detective Klein closed the case, haunted by the ghostly echoes that lingered within those walls. The nursery was razed, yet whispers persisted, echoing through the debris. The condemned house bore witness to a chilling history, a reminder that some secrets transcend time. The detective kept a haunting photograph, a testament to the lingering presence of the innocent souls lost to Alina's twisted quest for immortality. Story 23. The mysterious package arrived without a trace, no return label, no tracking number to guide its journey. Just a simple cardboard box, its surface faintly dampened by the morning dew. It wasn't intended for her. The address was correct, but the name was a stranger's. Sarah Miller hesitated, a fleeting thought urging her to ignore the package, to leave it untouched on the porch. But curiosity, that insatiable whisper of the mind, beckoned her to unravel the mystery within. With careful hands, she peeled back the tape sealing the box, anticipating the contents to be ordinary, perhaps books, clothing, something innocuous. Yet, as the flaps opened, a single VHS tape lay nestled inside, accompanied by a solitary sticky note bearing a cryptic message: "Watch alone." Sarah held the black plastic cassette in her hands, its weight feeling oddly burdensome, as though carrying the gravity of forbidden knowledge. Her fingers traced the worn edges of the tape, sensing the history etched into its casing. The handwritten note bore the imprint of urgency, each stroke of the pen imbued with a sense of purpose. Around her, the suburban landscape hummed with its usual rhythms: a distant dog's bark, the laughter of children, the drone of a lawnmower cutting through the tranquility of the morning. Unaware of the enigma that had just crossed her threshold, Sarah brought the package inside, placing it on her kitchen counter. The name inscribed on the box, Daniel Whitaker, held no significance in her world. Having resided in the house for years, she had never encountered mail for this unknown individual. The memories of the previous occupants, the Johnsons, lingered faintly, a couple who had departed to embrace the warmth of family ties. Curiosity intertwined with unease as Sarah's gaze flickered towards her nostalgic relic, the VCR. There was a pull, a magnetic allure emanating from the tape, a mystery shrouded in the simplicity of black plastic. Against her intuition, she inserted the tape into the aged machine. At first, static danced across the screen, a haze of white noise gradually sharpening into coherence. A dimly lit room materialized, illuminated by a single lamp casting elongated shadows. The camera angle skewed as if hastily positioned, revealing a man seated in a wooden chair, his features initially obscured by darkness. "My name is Daniel Whitaker." His voice, quiet yet resolute, broke the silence. "If you are watching this, then someone has found you, which means they will find me as well." Leaning forward, his visage emerged from the shadows, eyes weary, stubble overgrown, hair tousled in disarray. "I did not commit the act. It is vital that you understand this. They have fabricated evidence against me, my fingerprints, my DNA, all falsely linked to a crime I did not perpetrate." As Daniel adjusted the camera, the stark simplicity of the room unfolded: bare walls, scant furnishings, a transient abode hinting at imminent departure. "They have orchestrated it all. The authorities will claim familiarity between us, a dispute, witnesses recounting our altercations. None of it holds truth. I only knew of Catherine Walsh upon her tragic demise." His voice wavered, laden with sorrow. "Deceased, slain within her own home, and yet my genetic imprint stained the crime scene." Detective Eliza Ramirez scrutinized the identical VHS tape before her, the fifth to surface, each bearing the desperate testimony of Daniel Whitaker, an accused protagonist in the murder of Catherine Walsh. A man who had vanished without a trace on the day her lifeless form was discovered. Initially, the Walsh case appeared straightforward: a young professional woman strangled in her sanctuary, no signs of forced entry, a tumultuous struggle evidenced. The irrefutable DNA trail led to Whitaker, his fingerprints already imprinted in the system from a prior misdemeanor. Witnesses attested to his presence near her abode in the days leading to the tragedy. Cell records placed him in close proximity on the fateful night, a case seemingly resolved until the emergence of the cryptic tapes. The tapes introduced complexity. Detective Ramirez's voice resonated as she documented her evolving investigation. Whitaker's actions suggest either an elaborate ruse or the revelation of a darker truth. Her gaze drifted across the evidence board, a smiling Catherine Walsh captured in happier times, the harrowing crime scene images evoking unease, maps pinpointing the delivery sites of the enigmatic packages, and at the center, the solemn countenance of Daniel Whitaker in his driver's license photo, his eyes imploring for redemption. The investigation veered into unforeseen territory when Ramirez uncovered Walsh's involvement in a whistleblower case against PharmaCorp, a pharmaceutical juggernaut entwined with governmental contracts. Walsh had unearthed discrepancies within their clinical data, a damning expose of concealed side effects in a hastily endorsed drug. She intended to testify, a former colleague divulged in hushed tones, casting wary glances at the exit. Catherine possessed evidence, concrete proof of executive complicity in the cover-up. The trial loomed on the horizon. Anomalies began to surface, casting shadows of doubt over the meticulously crafted narrative. The DNA evidence appeared meticulously placed, in locations incongruent with the crime's logic. Witness statements echoed a rehearsed cadence, scripted testimonies devoid of individuality. Most disquieting, surveillance footage from nearby establishments inexplicably corrupted during the critical time frame surrounding the tragedy. 3 sunsets later, a second package arrived at Sarah's doorstep. Within its confines, a trove of revelations awaited: clinical reports, internal correspondences, digital imprints bearing Catherine Walsh's seal of authenticity, all damning evidence of her righteousness. Detective Ramirez's investigation pivoted, weaving a tapestry of connections by engaging with other recipients of Whitaker's mysterious missives. A breadcrumb trail emerged, tracing Whitaker's journey through the labyrinth of deceit. An IT security specialist for a PharmaCorp contractor, he had glimpsed Walsh's digital shadow within an irregular security protocol, a digital footprint he was never meant to discover. They monitored her, Whitaker's voice echoed in a subsequent tape that emerged. I witnessed the surveillance warrants embedded in the system. They were cognizant of her quest for truth. And then I found myself locked out, barred from the network. The subsequent day she was silenced, and my innocence was usurped by guilt. The saga reached its zenith when Sarah, with a keen eye, discerned a crucial detail within her copy of the tape, a reflection in a distant window revealing a row of storage units. Collaborating with Detective Ramirez, they pinpointed the locale. Within Unit 217, the damning truth unfurled Whitaker's testament to the web of deceit, Walsh's archive of incriminating evidence, and most damningly, blueprints delineating the orchestration of Whitaker's framing. Inscribed in the hand of PharmaCorp's head of security, an erstwhile law enforcer, endowed with access to evidence protocols. Justice, a silent sentinel, did not descend in a blaze of glory, but in the incremental accumulation of irrefutable truths. 3 corporate executives faced indictment, the head of security succumbing to a plea bargain to testify against his benefactors. The tainted drug was withdrawn from the cusp of market approval. Daniel Whitaker emerged from the shadows, a specter of his former self, the shackles of accusation unbound. Although exonerated, the scars of his tumultuous odyssey etched indelibly upon his countenance. A chance encounter materialized between Sarah and Whitaker, a moment of quiet reflection upon her porch, the very spot where his enigmatic parcel had first alighted. Why me? Her voice, a whisper in the stillness, sought answers. Why choose my address for the delivery? His gaze, weary yet resolute, met hers. The algorithm dictated. I required individuals untethered to Catherine or myself, individuals beyond the scope of scrutiny. Those who might yet harbor faith in their judgment amidst the cacophony of condemnation. The erstwhile suspect and the unwitting witness lingered in shared silence, contemplating the tenuous boundary between justice and manufactured falsehood. Sarah, breaking the quietude, reflected. The erroneous address in the end proved providential. The VHS tapes, archived as relics of a turbulent saga, bore testament to the notion that truth, in its purest form, arrives unbidden, concealed within unfamiliar parcels, awaiting the curious souls brave enough to unravel its enigma. Story 24. In a world where shadows dance and mysteries linger, there was a hotel forgotten by time where guests dared not linger. The receptionist, with a gaze as cold as the night, passed her the key with a cryptic warning. Avoid the final door on the left, his voice a mere whisper in the darkness. Intrigue tugged at her curiosity like a thread unraveling a tapestry of secrets. That fateful night she traversed the shadowed corridor, each step echoing in the hushed stillness. Pausing before the forbidden door, she felt a chill seep through the ancient wood, the handle icy to the touch. To the naked eye, it was just like any other door in that labyrinthine maze until she leaned in, pressing her ear against its weathered surface. From beyond, a faint, haunting breath brushed against her senses, stirring a primal fear within her soul. Detective Morgan Reed, a seeker of truths in a world cloaked in shadows, awoke from her slumber to a grim scene. The yellow tape fluttered like a warning flag, barring entry to a room tainted by the stench of iron and despair. Blood had seeped into the very fabric of the room, a grim testament to a life extinguished. Amidst the eerie stillness, a young woman lay sprawled on the floor, her features frozen in a mask of silent anguish. Reed knelt beside the fallen figure, her gaze tracing the contours of tragedy etched in the room. The forensic expert, a harbinger of cold facts, noted the grim pattern that echoed through time, a signature of death that bound the victims in sorrowful unity. As the investigation unfurled like a dark flower in bloom, Reed delved deeper into the enigma that shrouded the victim, Elaine Werner. A woman of poise and purpose, her presence in that forsaken place was a riddle in itself. Clues whispered of a hidden world, of secrets veiled in the shadows of the mundane. The trail led to a man of influence, Charles Emerson, whose polished facade masked a darkness that lurked beneath the surface. Reed's gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through his veneer of innocence, sensing the malevolent truths that lay coiled within his soul. The unraveling tapestry of lies and deceit revealed a chilling narrative, a tale of obsession and betrayal woven in threads of malice. Emerson, a predator in sheep's clothing, preyed on unsuspecting souls, luring them into a web of deceit and death. His victims, echoes of a past he sought to erase, met their end in that accursed room, their voices silenced by his ruthless hand. The courtroom, a stage for justice's final act, bore witness to the fall of a man who wore masks of deception with practiced ease. As the gavel fell, sealing Emerson's fate in the annals of infamy, Reed stood amidst the echoes of a tragedy that refused to fade into the night. The case, etched in the annals of history as the door on the left, whispered of horrors unseen and sins unspoken. Behind the bars of his prison cell, Emerson's gaze met Reed's in a fleeting moment of truth, a truth devoid of remorse, a truth that mirrored the abyss where his humanity should have dwelt. The tale of the Hotel Keys, silent sentinels of a dark chapter in time, remained locked away in the vault of memory. Reed, haunted by the specter of unanswered questions, walked the corridors of her mind, counting doors that led to realms of shadow and light. In the stillness of the evidence locker, the keys glinted like shards of a shattered mirror, reflecting the fractured souls that once crossed the threshold of that accursed room. And in the hush of the night, whispers of the past intertwined with the present, a reminder that some doors once opened can never be closed. Story 25. In the dimly lit old apartment, peculiar sounds echoed through the walls, pipes groaning, floorboards creaking. Yet the new tenant, Sarah, sensed a presence beyond the typical noises. The footsteps above were too deliberate, too steady for comfort. Strangely, they seemed to originate from the ceiling, though she resided on the top floor. One fateful night, fueled by curiosity and a hint of fear, Sarah tentatively tapped the ceiling with a broomstick. The eerie sound ceased abruptly, plunging the room into a heavy silence. Then, a single knock reverberated back from within the confines of the ceiling. Sarah hesitated, choosing to keep the unsettling incident to herself. Rationalizing it as mere building quirks or perhaps a misplaced critter in the attic, she adapted to the nightly ritual of methodical footfalls traversing her ceiling in the shadows. Desperate to drown out the haunting sounds, she resorted to raising the TV volume, donning headphones at night, anything to escape the unsettling presence lurking above. Detective Morris's attention was piqued when a maintenance worker stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace while conducting routine repairs. Removing a section of drywall outside Sarah's unit to address a leak, the worker uncovered an improbable narrow passage absent from the building blueprints. Illuminated by a flashlight beam, the clandestine space revealed a makeshift living area strewn with remnants of human occupancy. The building superintendent swiftly alerted the authorities, summoning Detective Morris and his partner, Detective Rivera. The maintenance worker, visibly shaken, repeated his unsettling discovery: someone had been living within the walls, watching. Among the eerie findings was a small notebook meticulously detailing Sarah Coleman's life, her routines, visitors, even her most mundane activities. The neat handwriting descended into chaos, interspersed with cryptic symbols, culminating in a chilling declaration. The subject no longer responds to my signals. No one ignores me. Forensic teams combed the hidden passages, unearthing fingerprints that defied identification in any database. A labyrinth of interconnected passages embedded in the building's structure was unearthed, linking to 5 different units, but culminating in observation points solely within Sarah's apartment. Current residents professed ignorance to anything unusual, while former tenants recounted unsettling sensations of being watched or unexplained disturbances, cloaked in silence to avoid sounding paranoid. A breakthrough emerged when forensic analysis unveiled microscopic blood spatter within a crawlspace, genetically matching Martin Weaver, a former resident who had vanished without a trace 4 years prior. This revelation reignited Detective Morris's investigation into Edward, a reclusive former tenant residing below Sarah. Martin had confronted Edward about noises from above before his disappearance, prompting Edward's abrupt departure and subsequent evanescence. Delving into Edward's elusive history, investigators unraveled a sinister pattern of top-floor residences across multiple buildings, each abandoned without warning. A chilling narrative emerged as a neighbor recalled Edward's fixation on silence and his unsettling intensity. Tracking Edward's movements led investigators to a desolate cabin adorned with unsettling relics, images of former residents, intricate maps of building structures, and cryptic journals chronicling his observations and habitat maintenance. Beneath a corkboard adorned with missing persons, reports lay a macabre revelation: graves concealed in the earth, each containing a dark secret. The forensic team's grim task of identifying the victims unraveled a harrowing tale of hidden horrors. As the manhunt intensified for Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, a construction worker with a penchant for secretive renovations, the truth behind Sarah's disappearance remained shrouded in mystery. Thermal scans revealed no lingering presence within the walls of Sarah's building, leaving her fate as an enigma entwined with a string of unsolved disappearances. Detective Morris, haunted by the enigmatic case, found solace in the eerie silence of his own home, casting wary glances at the ceiling, pondering who might be listening in the quiet of the night. And as the search for Edward Mercer persisted, a chilling question lingered: who else might be concealed in the shadows, waiting to emerge from the depths of secrecy? Story 26. In the quiet of the night, a worn envelope whispered of secrets long kept, its edges tinged with the passage of time. A fresh stamp gleamed, a recent journey marked in ink. The detective's hands moved with a delicate precision as she unfurled the envelope's contents, revealing a single sheet of paper, its message etched in a hurried script. "I am sorry for what I did," the words whispered softly, carrying a weight that hung heavy in the air. The paper exuded a faint dampness, a metallic tang clinging to its fibers. A reddish smear adorned the bottom edge, a silent echo of past sins. Detective Sarah Morgan, with gloved hands steady and practiced, preserved the evidence in an airtight bag, the truth of its contents seeping through her grasp. The forensics team's analysis confirmed her suspicions. The crimson stain, a somber hue on the paper, bore the genetic signature of a victim long gone, a journalist named Rebecca Warren. The unsolved case lingered like a shadow over the department, her untimely demise shrouded in mystery. Stabbed in her own sanctuary, her investigative notes strewn in disarray, a tale of unfinished truths whispered in the silence. The arrival of the enigmatic letter, addressed simply to the Homicide Division, breathed life into the cold case, a glimmer of hope in the darkness. Fingerprints eluded detection, shrouded in the mystery of gloves, while the postmark whispered of a hidden trail waiting to be unraveled. In the hushed confines of the briefing room, Detective Morgan gathered her team, the letter a beacon of possibility amidst the sea of dead ends. "This changes everything," she murmured, the words a call to arms in the quietude. Detective James Chen, a steadfast companion in the pursuit of justice, cast a skeptical eye on the message. Remorse or deception, he pondered, the truth veiled behind a curtain of uncertainty. The hunt for the vintage typewriter, its antiquity a rare clue in a modern world, led the team down winding paths of forgotten history. Each keystroke whispered of a bygone era, a tale waiting to be told. As the tendrils of investigation unfurled, Rebecca's life unfurled like a delicate flower, petals of truth revealing a woman dedicated to uncovering shadows. A wealthy family, their secrets ripe for the plucking, emerged as a nexus of intrigue, their pasts intertwined with the present. Michael Barnes, a figure in the shadows, harbored secrets of his own, his gaze shifting under the weight of scrutiny. A second letter, a mirror of the first, bore witness to a truth long buried. The family's mansion, a canvas of opulence stained with blood, housed the answers they sought. Richard, the eldest son, stood at the center of the storm, his facade cracking under the weight of suspicion. Alina, the silent observer, held the key to unlocking the mystery, her stationery a damning link in the chain of events. The tapestry of deceit unfurled, revealing a web of lies spun with deadly intent. Richard's dealings with Michael, a dance of shadows and whispers, painted a portrait of betrayal. The trial, a stage of reckoning, laid bare the truth in all its rawness. Guilt and innocence intertwined, a tapestry of human frailty woven with threads of deceit. As Richard faced his fate, justice's hand heavy upon his shoulder, Detective Morgan stood as a silent sentinel, a guardian of the truth. Rebecca's parents, shadows of grief cast long in the courtroom's light, found solace in the closure wrought by justice's hand. The blood-stained letters, echoes of a dark past, whispered of a truth long buried, a testament to the frailty of human hearts. In the stillness of the night, as the world slumbered in peace, the tale of Rebecca Warren lingered, a cautionary whisper in the ears of those who dared to dance with shadows. The weight of guilt, a burden too heavy to bear, lay heavy on the hearts of those who believed they could outrun the echoes of their past. And in the quiet of the night, justice's hand reached out, a silent promise that no secret could forever remain hidden in the shadows of the past. Story 27, the aged library faced its imminent destruction, the workers nearing the end of their task when a chance stumble unveiled a concealed latch within a dusty bookshelf. With a gentle click, the entire bookcase swung open, unveiling a narrow passageway leading to a hidden chamber. The air within was stagnant, holding the essence of years untouched. In the center stood a solitary chair, firmly bolted to the floor. The room was devoid of any other furniture, save for this ominous seat. And etched repeatedly on the walls in a haunting repetition was the chilling declaration, "I am still here." The construction foreman swiftly contacted the authorities, setting in motion a sequence of events that would unfurl a dark and enigmatic mystery. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator with 2 decades of experience, arrived at the scene, his flashlight piercing the darkness and illuminating the eerie message that adorned the walls. "Secure the area," Walsh commanded the officers, his voice resonating through the enclosed space. "No one disturbs a thing until forensics arrives." The library's history added layers of intrigue to the unfolding narrative. Once owned by the influential Harrington family, the building was bequeathed to the public following the unexplained disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanishing during her final year of college, Rebecca left behind no trace except for her abandoned car near the woods. Despite extensive searches and inquiries, the case grew cold, with speculation suggesting she had chosen to vanish, a notion her family vehemently rejected, convinced of a more sinister fate. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden room, they unearthed hair and fiber samples embedded in the chair, and traces of blood and skin cells within the scratches on the wall. Initial analysis hinted at the presence of a young female's biological material. The chair was evidently used for restraint, the forensic analyst remarked, indicating the weathered leather straps and bolt holes. The occupant fought fiercely against their captivity. Detective Walsh delved into the Harrington family's past, troubled by the timing of the library's donation. The revelation that it occurred shortly after Rebecca's disappearance raised suspicions of a deeper connection. Further probing uncovered a disquieting fact. The contractor responsible for the bookshelf's installation had close ties to Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and the family's patriarch. Financial records revealed substantial payments to this contractor, surpassing standard renovation expenses. Former library staff expressed astonishment at the hidden chamber's discovery, with one elderly librarian recalling Maxwell's solitary visits to that section, insisting it remain untouched during renovations under the guise of historical significance. The investigation took a grim turn when DNA testing confirmed the genetic match between samples from Rebecca's hairbrush and those found in the hidden room, solidifying the chilling reality that she had not fled but had been imprisoned by her own kin. A warrant led detectives to Maxwell's estate, where a hidden journal in his study detailed a disturbing fixation on his niece. The final entry ominously declared his resolve to silence Rebecca, leading to the horrifying revelation of her tragic fate. Maxwell's composed demeanor shattered upon confrontation with the incriminating evidence, his confession laying bare the heinous truth of his actions. The excavation beneath the hidden room's floor uncovered Rebecca's remains, her skeletal form still adorned with the silver bracelet gifted by her parents. At Maxwell's sentencing, the Harrington family witnessed the long-overdue reckoning for their patriarch's monstrous deeds. As justice was served, Rebecca's mother clutched her daughter's bracelet, a poignant symbol of closure amidst the lingering pain. The library's demolition was indefinitely halted, transforming the space into a somber memorial. Community members paid their respects with floral tributes, honoring a life extinguished prematurely and a truth concealed behind a veneer of secrecy. In an ironic twist, Rebecca's poignant message etched on the walls ensured her enduring presence, guaranteeing that her memory would endure, and the delayed hand of justice would eventually unveil the darkness lurking behind the veil of shadows.